What's going on, everybody? Sorry we're a little late here. We had all kinds of stuff going on trying to get technical issues and get the names on the screen. We're jumping right into a game. We got Dorinthia versus Ninja. Uh, Dorinthia out to an early lead, and it's their turn. Dorinthia is on 38, and the Katsu is on 34. Let's hear it up for a huge road to Nats season. This is crazy. So this is not a road to Nats. This is our armory. But however, a lot of these players will be playing in our road to Nats coming up very soon.
Not to mention we've got Tales of Aria to look forward to and all the spoilers we should be getting soon. When should spoiler season start, by the way?
Spoiler season is September 1st.
Oh my god, that's so close. So close yet so far.
Yeah, and we're trying something new. I haven't streamed to YouTube in a very long time, so we are live to both YouTube and Twitch right now. Hope you guys, anyone out there who hasn't been able to watch because you're not really a big Twitch fan or for whatever reason, we are on YouTube as well now. So not to shun Twitch, I'm a big fan of Twitch, but I know a lot of our players were asking, can we get a YouTube stream as well? The one thing that YouTube does do for us that's pretty nice is it lets us it archives the videos for much longer without being like a higher level partner or anything. So
Yeah, so just in case you miss one of the streams, you have a bit more time to go back and watch it. But off to this first round we got here, Dorian Katsu. That's a classic Welcome to Wraith matchup.
yeah, no, it's super interesting. And these are two really good players, a little bit newer. James has been coming out for a while now. He's the owner of course, Cards of Ivalice, who is also carrying Flesh and Blood singles. And Kevin, he's been doing a great job coming out. I think he's been playing on this Katsu for a long time. He actually beat me at a Rodinats at the Cloak and Blaster Rodinats. So
Yeah, he's been on Katsu for as long as I can remember too. So this is definitely his main that he's looking to get all his practice and games in for.
yeah, absolutely.
I did see something interesting though when I was going over to check on the stream table. Like he had a ravenous rabble, I think. Like
Oh,
as
that's a really interesting tech choice. I mean, not even a tech, but just, I mean, if you're just literally like looking for as many go wide turns as possible, I mean, if you're running the Ravenous Rabbles and you're running the like anything Scar for Scar, just any generic go again, it's just a really good way to go.
yeah, I do question it in Katsu only because like he has a lot of blues and it's like that really knocks down the value of your ravenous rabble's damage for the turn. But I mean, hey, damage is damage, and if it's lower, they might not want to block it, but and you still get the go again. So looks like he's also about to get the leg tap combo up. And it looks like, oh, I think Kevin's actually threatening the whole leg tap combo right now. He's got the rising knee thrust and the hurricane technique and banish right now. One of the funny things that about the banish though, or like certain abilities like Katsu's putting into the banish first, is that you mentioned that Prism has which one? Herald of Judgment. That if it hits even Katsu or Dorinthia when they search out certain cards, they do go into the banish first. Oh, and I guess Reinar's Beast Within would also banish first, but then never go to hand because you can't. Oh no, it says played from Arsenal, right? Not
Right.
like received from Arsenal. I'm sorry, banish. So just a funny interaction that's. Oh, he didn't play it though. Oh, the hurricane technique's dead.
Yeah, he just kind of let it. It's just kind of out there being abandoned.
Ooh, that's most Katsu's only run one hurricane technique as far as
Yeah,
I
I
know.
do definitely my list. I mean, granted, my list may not be the most optimal considering how I did at the most recent Roads Nationals. But I know most conventionally, if you're gonna run the hurricane technique, it is only one hurricane technique.
Oh, because you're hoping to recycle it at the very least at the end of a long combo. Although if they do decide to dump some defense reaction or something on it, then you do lose it if it doesn't hit.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see the driving blade being like used with the Dawn Blade, which is really interesting because a lot of times driving blades kind of look down in Dawn Blade builds because I mean the weapon needs to hit with Dorinthia's ability to like even be able to swing again anyway. So
And it's super expensive.
and
Like
it's very
two
expensive.
resources just for a 3 buff, like guaranteed go again is nice. but you want to do the Warrior's Valor because it doubles with her ability that she needs to hit with anyway. So if it hits with Warrior's Valor, it gets the go again it needs, and you can swing with it again.
Yeah,
If you
absolutely.
don't, then it's just an extra 2 resources you could have used, or an extra resource you could have used somewhere else.
Oh wow, we weren't able to block the Dawnblade either time, so the Dawnblade is actually going to get its second counter here.
That's gross. That's snowballing for you on Dory. I feel like Kevin's gonna eventually have to. I wonder what's in Kevin's hand that he's so. I see a Command and Conquer. Maybe he's really like looking to get that in.
I mean, he also had I mean, this is his Tunic turn, so he might have been looking at that, knowing that, and try to keep as much as possible.
He has a Flick Flag though. That
But
Flick Flag
yeah,
could have been used to.
I think we're just going to see the Kodachi into the CNC.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, maybe. Oh, we're going to use the Tunic counter, which makes sense. So yeah, we're gonna go Kodachi, Kodachi, Command and Conquer. This has 2 on-hit effects, basically. If it hits, then he'll also get to draw off Mask, and then he'll knock out that card in Arsenal.
Yeah.
It's really curious to see how much James values that card.
Yeah, and it's curious how Kevin's going to react during his next turn or defend during his next turn because like you don't want to leave 2 counters on the Dawnblade for too long. You might even just dump his whole hand for all we know. Although nowadays that's actually not the best thing to do. Back in the day, dumping your hand was the best way to just drop all the counters off of Dory's weapon. But nowadays they actually play the Twinning Blade, so if they have Go Again in some way already put onto it, then they could just swing with it again to at least keep the counters, which is kinda nuts. I see he's just coming in for a Dawnblade swing for 5 though right now. He did block out with the Command and Conquer, so that's probably why that's why he's probably just starting with the swing. He might have Glint in hand though, which is why he's trying to bait out the hit. Although, if he really values the card in his arsenal for a specific turn, even just like hitting a vanilla Dawnblade will keep the counters at least, so he's not going to lose them. So he can just bide his time until he has a better hand, and he's not worried about a Command and Conquer destroying his arsenal. I'll up to Kevin on how he wants to defend. I do see he has 2 Flick Flags, so he could be trying to bait the, what's it called, the extra attack reactions from his hand after he defends initially.
Yeah, so we're swinging for 5 here. We have 1 floating, and it looks like we're gonna block for 5 with our defense reaction. I don't know, like basically if James has any reaction here, which it looks like he might have a route, he's kind of eyeing up that Tunic counter.
Ooh.
Either that or a overpower. Oh, we're just gonna Razor Reflex, get over by 3.
The vanilla razor. Wait, Kevin took it? I swear I saw another Flick Flag in his hand.
Get over by 2.
Yeah.
Not the craziest turn, but James gets to keep 2 Dawnblade counters, and that's definitely a plus there.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I thought I saw in Kevin's hand. Maybe I missaw it, but like I swore he had another Flick Flag that he could have used to like. Yeah, he does. No, that's a Torn of Tempo.
It is a Torn of Tempo.
Oops, that's my bad.
All right, so we're just gonna pitch a blue Soul Beach Strike, swing with a Kodachi, swing with another Kodachi. We take both. Mask is live for this Torn of Tempo. So this Torn of Tempo is kind of a maybe not a must block, but you're definitely very incentivized to block it. If it hits, gains Go Again, and he draws a card, kind of extends that turn a lot.
Such an efficient card. Like it doesn't have the built-in Go Again like Surging Strike, but it only costs 1 as opposed to.
Oh, and looks like we're just gonna block with a red
Steel Blade Shunt.
Yeah, red Shunt. That blocks for 6, I believe. So we are not gonna get over with this Torn of Tempo. But he will not take damage. It's probably what they're just making sure that he doesn't take the damage here, which he shouldn't. That only happens if it blocks a weapon swing. So.
The crazy thing about that is they got to block a full 6, but he only had to get rid of the Tunic counter to do it. So he still has 4 cards he can use for his turn. Starting off with the blue pitch for the hit and run.
All right, we're just gonna swing Dawn Blade. I did see a glint in James's hand, so we definitely have go again queued up. There's just the question of whether or not Kevin kind of goes into the. Basically, I see a Fate Foreseen in Kevin's hand. He could kind of bait this if he just blocks with a 3 or any other card, and then he just plays glint and doesn't have another way to get over. You waste the glint and you lose the counters. That's of course contingent on not having another way to get over.
I do see he's eyeballing. Yep, that's a perfect 5 to start, so that is going to force James to actually do something to either get over damage-wise, or, oh, yep, there's the out for blood.
And see, here's where having the boots up makes you kind of use that Fate Foreseen early. Whereas if you didn't have the boots, you could say like, well, you still don't have go again, so I'm gonna see if you have the go again in your hand first before I either just take the damage and move on, or
Keep the cards in hand,
yeah, keep the cards in hand.
and hope to swing back for more. Or to arsenal it for a future turn to not turn on reprise.
Mayo FFT, thank you, thank you, thank you. We do our best and really appreciate the kind words. Thank you.
I will say the one thing we do have to fix in the future is sometimes when it comes to those Art of Wars, just finding out a way to know what modes there are ahead of time, because that would at least help with a lot of speculation while the card is active.
Just have like a light up thing that they hit to choose which mode they're on.
Well, actually, in the deck devastation or dev devastation, they actually put like a 1 counter when they know they're doing the +1, so that's always a good way to do it. But the Dawnblade does lose both its counters, so no, Kevin's just gonna do a Kadachi.
Yeah,
Like,
I think you're super happy with that if you're Kevin. I think those counters can't stay there for very long. It's just free value every single time. 1 for 5 when it had 2 counters is just wild. So we are going to see both Kadachis come out here, and then Kevin's just going to pack it up, go to his next turn. James does come in with a full grip though, so even though he did get the counters off, James does have a lot to work with here. And we're going to see him pitch that blue glint that he had from last turn. Swing Kadachi swing Dawnblade for 3.
oh, he has another glint in his hand. That's a good bait though. Like there's only 3 glints in a single deck. So if you pitch one, it's like the opponent might think that there's like nothing coming down then.
Yeah, you do have to get over the sink below though.
Fortunately, glint does not provide any additional damage.
Oh, so sad. It could have, but it sure doesn't. Drawing a card's pretty strong on its own with go again.
All I could say is, what the heck is in James's arsenal? Like, he's kept that, he defended out to command and conquer
I
to
think
make
it's
sure
a
to
route.
preserve it.
He was eyeing up that counter for a long time.
Is he risking the glint draw to see if he gets an attack reaction? Ooh.
I don't see the rest of his hand very much could be.
It was one of them was a
He
command.
did get an out for blood, so if he risked it, then it paid off.
Mm-hmm. One of them is a command and conquer in hand. It's in a sink below. Okay, so yeah, he had no attack reactions in hand, and I guess either it's not one in arsenal or one he's saving for later.
Well, either way, if he doesn't hit it, then he does have the command and conquer. So you get the go again, and you can't swing with Dawnblade again, but you just swing with command and conquer. However, command and conquer in this scenario is not the strongest at this point. No arsenal, it's just 6 damage for 2. I mean, that's pretty good, but it's not really doing what you want command and conquer to do at that point.
Nah. I almost wonder if he's trying to get the out for blood for now, and then when after he swings again with the Dawnblade. No, because he only has 2 reds in hand, so if that is a route in his arsenal, he won't be able to play it on the next attack chain. Oh, that is... Are those 2... That's a red Foot Flak, I think. Yeah, so that's 8 damage he's blocking out. So he still has the go again now. He does get to swing with a command and conquer if he pitches the sink below.
Yeah, that is up to him.
And does out for blood give +1 to your next attack or next weapon attack? After you...
I believe it's actually your next attack. So this should be command and conquer for 7.
There we go.
If the defending hero is defending with a card from hand, this chain, like your next attack this turn gains +1. So this should be CNC for 7.
Yeah, I guess for, well, Kevin again doesn't have any arsenal, and if he wants to defend it out just to block damage, I mean, he's already used his defense reactions for turn. He's overblocking, okay. Because the Lord of Wind does get the +2 defense from the Flick Flack from before.
Oh,
That's alright, just a little hiccup there.
just a little hiccup on the camera there.
James still hanging on to that arsenal, though. Whenever it comes down, it better be,
I think it's route. I think it just has to be route.
whatever it is, it better close out the game when he finally uses it, because he's holding it in there for a long time.
Answering a judge call. I'll be right back.
Thank you.
That's alright, I got it from here.
So, I'm playing with retribution, right? Well, the game.
Dun, dun, dun,
Then
dun.
he goes and no the game. Yeah. Oh. He goes and no into.
Cannot see what is James's hand. Oh, he has the Twinning Blade. See, Twinning Blade's a fun. Oh, and he does have the go again on the Spoils of War. Twinning Blade's such a funny card because Dory's use it. Like some of my friends who play Dory regularly said that was a bad card because if you it just doesn't have the go again built in. But when you're trying to hit with the Dawn Blade, again, like if you're in a scenario where you're trying to keep damage counters, then just being able to swing again after they do something like unmovable, then it at least lets you keep your counters or force extra cards out of their hand even after they've defended or over defended. Let's say they want to dump their entire hand. Like if they dump their entire hand, then you what's it called? You can get around that and just swing again with the sword without having to hit for Dory's ability. And then if you have another way to go again, actually, you can swing with it an additional time with Dory's ability. So it's just such a versatile card. I've always had an eye for it. Just even as someone who doesn't play Warrior, I've just known that it's a good card. And comboed with the hit and run now, he can actually swing for an additional what hit and run is that? I believe that's yellow, so it's an additional 2 damage. He's got the dice right there. Good on James, making it easier for the commentators to know what the damage calculation is. Fortunately, that's not a second hit this turn, so no counters, but squeezing in a little damage and forcing Kevin to have only 1 card for his next turn. I mean, Ninja doesn't really care, though, in most situations. Like, Ninja being able to pitch a blue and just stab twice with Kadachi, yep, there's the Flick Flack, is an overall win for the Ninja, just fatiguing out his opponent. So, every little damage, even as insignificant as a Kadachi, it adds up. Now James is back with a full grip, 5 cards. He does have an Iron Song response and another Spoil War, so he does get to swing for 5 with Go again. Kevin already eyeballing the 2 cards he wants to defend with. I will say, this is probably one of the more interesting aspects of Ninja, is that they have the ability to switch back and forth. With Dory, you can kind of like play tempo as well, but like most of the time you want to make sure you're getting in even just a little bit of damage. Oh, and an Iron Song Determination coming down to make it have Dominate.
What's the inside scoop right now, Fox?
Hey, what's up, Evan? Evan joining us in the commentary while AJ's going or handling something outside.
Yeah, speaking about judge rolling Spectra and stacks on stacks.
There's a few people who's like, to be fair, this is the first time Spectras are introduced to the game, so it's kinda hard to make it so everyone understands clearly what they do, just as we're getting used to them.
I got 10 tokens out. I felt really good. Spectral Fields.
I'm surprised you're playing Prism. What happened to Chain, man?
Chris is playing Chain.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
So I was like, alright, I'll play. Oh, I should play it before my match.
Good guy, Evan, loaning his deck out to someone else who's looking to try the game.
There you go. Might as well give him the best deck in the game. Fox laughs like he doesn't agree.
I'm not saying I don't agree. I'm saying like it's just funny when you put it that way. Starting off the newbie with one of the most probably the craziest deck in the format right now.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the deck like borderline plays itself.
The only thing I could think is a little crazier, but a little more straightforward by comparison, because Chain you still kind of have to think about when you have the banished cards and the cards in hand. There is a little bit of there's still some decision making there on how do you want to optimize turns. But like Ninja could do some crazy stuff too, albeit it's very straightforward.
Okay. So, in my opinion, with Chain is...
Ooh. You strike for 7, definitely.
Ooh, yeah, that's strong. So my opinion with Chain is that I think this is by far the most easy deck to play. All the matchups take like very little skill, and the deck basically plays itself.
But then you hit control matchups, and that's where you gotta think more and actually like play smart.
I'm surprised that Ninja can even stop. Like even Ninja of all things. Well, actually, no. Flick Flack is the anti-wide card.
Flick Flack is very strong.
The fact that all your combo card, or your next combo card at least, has an additional 2 defense on just a regular attack action, that's enough to block a bunch of little wide cards that
for
chain
sure.
plays. The only thing
That's-
it doesn't, and tons of blue pitches mean that you can block most of those seeds damage. So
And like either way, the way that I look at it with chain is that like chain is much better at going wide than it is going tall.
oh, absolutely. It's basically designed to go wide with how like cheap those cards are and the fact that he's got a go again built into his abilities. So.
That's why Katsu is like the best counter for it. Because, I mean, granted, you can do back-to-back Rift Binds for like 13, and that's like, it's hard to beat that. But
yeah,
Katsu
that
is-
still requires quite a bit of luck there.
Oh,
like
for sure.
it definitely happens. It
I agree.
definitely happens.
See, now in these control matchups, I agree with you that it does take some luck, but in the control matchups, the game moves long enough that you're able to stack your deck to set up for those turns by playing on Hallowed Rites, pitching seeds, etc.
Hey, Vainez, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you for the follow. We appreciate it.
Really appreciate it.
Going into Dory's turn, he's pitching for 3. You know, it's kind of funny. Technically, in the chain of command, I'm just going to be a little, what's it called? Technical about this. Technically, you don't pitch until after you've declared or played the card that you're going to use that requires the cost. So it's always funny when I see players like pitch first. I mean, I think I do too. So, you know, it just feels like that's the flow. But
Yeah.
technically, you have to declare the card first, then pay for its cost.
Ooh, we see a Steelblade Supremacy coming out. Next card, the weapon gains +2 for the turn, and draw a card that hits. I think Steelblade Supremacy is one of the best cards in the game.
No, it is, and it's a Dory
For
specialization,
sure, in
which
Dory.
you know what's
the
funny?
best.
I think that's balanced for Raiden at this point. Because can you imagine Raiden
Raiden
using
for 5 free attack.
yeah
you-
using
you
Steelblade
feel-
Supremacy on Raiden?
It fulfills the go again. Well, actually, never mind.
No,
As
no,
long as
he
you-
has go again built in with
Yeah.
his ability
Well,
since
also,
he gets
as
the
long as
plus
it's
damage.
well, the way
And
the
he keeps
Raiden
drawing
works,
the card.
I know it's insane. That's why it's like the Lumina Sabers deck. That one's nuts. Like, imagine the Lumina Sabers. Well, I guess you wouldn't be able to, but just say, for example, imagine if you could just start off your turn of the Steelblade Supremacy, and then do your Lumina stuff,
It is funny to
and then
think.
just go in.
Oh yeah, and especially you gain the health too, so you can just afford to take damage. But
Yeah.
then each time it hits, you could possibly gain 2 health per hit, up to like an average of at least 6 swings on the turn you go off.
It's disgusting.
Not to mention, like, it's funny to think about in a game like this with 40 health and just the way the game is played that we actually do have 2 somewhat viable OTK. I would say the Bolton. Bolton is definitely more viable than Viscerai's version, but like Viscerai's, when it goes off, it's impossible to defend all those rune chants you've hopefully built up and the amount of attacks you can get off after
You gotta
getting
choose
them.
what you're gonna take. I think if you can, you block all the rune chants and then let all the physical hit. But you're just not in a good situation either way.
Well, see, it comes down to so I've always, when it comes to deciding how to block rune chance versus physical damage against Viscerai, you basically just look at the value of your card. If it pitches for red, whatever it is,
You
you
block
block
with
with
it.
it physically.
If it pitches for anything but blue, you block with it.
Yeah, if it pitches for blue, unless it's a defense reaction, that blocks more by giving up an extra card from hand. But even then, that's hard because you're giving up an extra card that could be defending flat damage as well.
So like, I'm trying to think of the other ones that are possibly like that is like unmovable from Arsenal.
Steelblade Shunt. Steelblade Shunt is a good example because it only costs 1 to defend 4, and then you can still use the leftover resource to block the. What's the word I'm looking for? 2.
I honestly think Shunt is the best defense reaction in the game.
It's so cost effective, and especially with Warrior.
It's like a red one's like what, 1 for 6? That's nuts, dude.
Yeah.
And it also and it can also like just spike a turn, you just kill him. Like
yeah, last turn, 1/1 health.
Like for example, this could actually happen in this game.
No, there it is.
Oh, speaking of Shunt, say Kevin goes to 1 health, which I imagine Kevin is probably a smart player, knows not to do that, especially against a warrior. He has some experience in the deck. But what you can do is you can just be like, oh,
ooh,
Shunt kill
leg
you.
tap into Command and Conquer.
Ooh,
That's
that
gross.
is
Although
strong.
James did get to use his defense reaction from Arsenal first, at
That's
the very
good.
least, so he can either defend or just take the damage. Like he
Um,
doesn't have any huge downside to taking the damage at this
Yeah,
point.
Thanes. This store is located in Altamont, Florida. It's kind of outside of Orlando.
Yeah,
Not very
it's
far.
by the Tibbies on
Yeah,
434.
it's called the
Kind of close to the intersection of 434 and 436.
called the
so.
Collective, as you can see on the bottom of the screen. It's a great game store. I love it here, Fox.
Yeah,
The-
originally a comic store. I think it was when I think they hosted like small Magic and Pokemon events. But then when we came in to introduce Flesh and Blood to the Orlando community, they were on board with us, and we do thank them for that.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, they foster a great community here. Is there a link for the shop? I'm not sure there is a link for the shop, but I can get you one in chat real quick.
Yeah, a bit far for. Well, I mean, depending on where you are in Florida or in the country, it can be far for anyone. But
Might as well
hopefully,
come out
if
for a
you're,
roast Nats.
I was about to say yes.
What
if
is
you,
that? August 22nd?
Yes. So if you do have the chance to at least come for that, it's well worth the drive or price for entry.
For
Because
sure.
like if you're at least in top 32, you still get like a cold foil promo, which is
And that,
nice.
that pays for your entry, basically. It's probably more.
And some gas.
You'll also have the most epic commentating team out there. Myself, Evan Herndon, and Nick. I can't remember his last name, but he's pretty cool.
Murphy.
Yeah,
Oh
Nick
my
Murphy.
God.
I couldn't remember it.
This great guy. I can't remember his last name, but yeah, he's great. Trust me.
I mean, am I wrong?
I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just kind of funny to
So,
follow
worst
up
comes
with
worst, if you can't make it out to our Road to Nats, you'll be able to watch it here on Adventure Code Gaming on Twitch.
that. And thankfully, you and Nick both have had a chance to make it to the top 4, thankfully,
Yeah.
from the Cloak and Blasters Road to Nats, which is why you'll be hosting the events here for the stream, thankfully.
I, unfortunately, actually ended up losing to Nick
And
at
how
in
was
top
that?
4.
What happened there?
So, you know, I'm doing my chain thing, playing chain. Went 5-1 in the day. Beat a chain mirror in top 8. I'm feeling pretty good, thinking, you know what, I can win this event. I've tested against Nick literally 2 days before playing this deck. Beat him like the 4 times we played. I got this. Bam. I go like Command and Conquer the turn before he does his double Lumina. So he blocks it out, because that's what you have to do. And then he plays a 3rd. And there's no way to beat that. So, unfortunate.
Thinking you got the game, and then he just whips out the 3rd Lumina.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but what can you do? I got my Nats invite, so I'm happy.
There it is.
See,
That's what,
was that Blue Warriors Valor? Just a Command and Conquer on the turn. He's gonna lose his Domblade counter though, which kind of sucks. But
oh yeah.
it's well, at the
I'm-
same time, he only has 2 cards in hand. It's better than nothing.
Yeah, and the
This is a
ninja.
Control Katsu variant, right?
Yes, and the
So-
ninja's forced to at least block out
Yeah.
something. Not to mention
Yeah,
the
he'll get 2
ars-
cards in hand no matter what, most likely. And
Oh, and he's got 2 defense reactions in hand.
Yeah,
And the
so-
one card, the Lake Tap, only defends for 2 and not 3.
so what we'll probably end up seeing here is either A, he gives up Mask or Tunic, which feels bad, or B, he loses the Arsenal and just has a really anemic turn where he probably just ends up going Arsenal.
Nah,
Pass.
looks like he's giving up the mask.
Ooh, he's going with the Mask.
That's fine. Like
That's fine.
mask is nice and threatening, but when you have this much of a health deficit, you really
Yeah.
need to make sure you're not losing any more health when
Also,
you can.
another thing with Mask is that, like, even though it's getting discarded, it doesn't really matter because players will often, without them realizing, play around the Mask without it existing. Like,
But it's that pressure that gets them to
Yeah.
do that, though. Like that's why they do it. I
Oh,
know.
yeah.
By the way, I know Kevin's Arsenal is unmovable, which is why he can
okay,
use
yeah,
it,
that makes
so.
sense. That turn kind of felt bad. I wonder if, oh, he should probably just like counter on Dawnblade.
I'm sure they'll catch it. Yep, there he goes.
There we go.
Hey.
Alrighty. Speak.
Yo, I bet they. Wait, what if they can hear us? Do you think they can? 2 rooms away? Loud noises?
This guy.
Nah, I think they're fine.
AJ walking back into the room, the man himself.
I will say, I do see that he has a count. I will say that he has a counter on the breaking scale, so he must have blocked with it earlier.
Mortal Kombat.
Against Ninja,
You have
I'm
one
sorry,
power?
against Warrior, there are turns where you need like that 1 extra to perfectly block one of their swings to be able to bait out the defense reaction or attack reaction, so that you can use their defense reactions. But it's Command and Conquers that I usually save my equipment for, because like, especially if I'm trying to hold something or I can't play something from the arsenal against it. that's the turn where I want to use the equipment to not only take a little less damage, but prevent that very, very negative on-hit effect.
The other thing to note is that, like, even though Kevin's behind in health, I think Kevin's, like, in a fine situation right now.
You can see him slowly fatiguing. Like, Warrior, Kevin stayed at 5 for 2 turns now, and
I
Dorinthia
agree.
has gone down at least 2 to 4 health.
Listen, I think I think there's probably meets the eye here because James doesn't have to go again from Refraction Bolter. He's already used them.
This is true.
And he's just wow, he's
Unmovable.
dumping. Oh, but he has to dump 2 cards for the immovable.
That's bad. And like, imagine what happens here if he goes like,
Twinning Blade Plant.
not even just
That'd be nice.
overpower,
Oh yeah.
or not a route.
No,
Like,
right? No, because he
if
played it
he
from
can-
Arsenal.
It was from Arsenal.
It was from Arsenal, so
Oh.
Reprise is
Oh,
not
Oh,
back.
you
no.
did see the route.
No, it doesn't matter.
No.
It's and he played it.
Reprise
I
effect.
don't think he knows.
Maybe he can hear us, Fox. You gotta be right, dude. I just brought up this play. That feels bad, man. It's like, yeah, imagine you get a route that unmovable back to hand, and he has
Yeah.
to pay for it again.
I hope
He might
it,
not even be able to. 'cause
I'm hoping Kevin catches it because he knows that he
should.
played it from Arsenal. If not, we'll have to send someone out there to go be like, no. Oh yes, he's catching it. Yeah, he knows.
So that was a wasted route. It feels really bad.
And he, is that the? Did he play from Arsenal or did he play from hand?
I do not know. I was
The
I just
movable
thought
or the route?
The route. I think he actually has had an empty Arsenal for the past couple
Let's
turns,
say
so I
let
think he
him-
did finally.
Do you let him take it back? That's good. Good sportsmanship there.
Good sportsmanship.
This is just the locals here, so I mean, while we're trying to be competitive and kind of train for Road to Nationals,
And national
at the same
itself.
time, we have a lot of new players here. So
Yeah, we actually had 2 new players today. One guy had never played the game, just learned this morning. So, like I said, we like to foster a good community here, and
yeah, if you are in the Orlando area, you really should check out the Collective. It's probably one of the best communities. Collective with Flesh and Blood has been like the best TCG
Oh, for
community I have even closely come into like at all. It's like the best community I've ever
be a
been
real
part of.
one and just show up.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. If you don't know the game, there's like a lot of people here, including myself, who will teach you.
Yeah.
And we love the game and we want it to grow. So,
And we have plenty of bulk here, so like people will build you. We can build you a deck too
I
if you
think
want to play.
I think they have the welcome Ira decks too. So
Yeah.
if you just want to come in, you're
Get
like,
some
hey, I'm
springboard
interested.
somersaults.
Springboard somersaults, lunging presses.
I
Great
can
cards.
I can think of like 2 or 3 people specifically who buy so much product and then just leave it behind when after they get the good cards that it's like I
I'm
feel
one
like
of
you've got
Yeah.
I feel like you've got like how many boxes? Like at least 10 boxes worth of bulk just from Welcome to Wraith alone, probably.
People enjoy spending money here, and you should too.
That's right.
Yeah, man.
Collect
I don't know.
all
I don't know
the
what
money.
it is. I've played Yu-Gi-Oh. I've played Pokemon, and I've played a little bit of Magic, but nothing feels as interesting as opening packs of Flesh and Blood and trying to get one of those like really, really valuable cards from there, or even just some hype cards.
Yeah.
Rainbow foils are always nice.
We just get Arsenal Pass. And honestly,
That's not the worst. I think that was like best
that
case
feels
scenario.
good from James. Get that move out of the way.
Yeah, put the route in Arsenal.
Yeah, I get the route in Arsenal. Not falling for this again.
Here's why this is especially bad. When it was just a vanilla sword swing,
Oh,
James
just
didn't
only-
give up any cards from his hand, and Kevin lost an additional defense reaction from deck.
Yeah, it feels great.
Well,
Matt
from the
has it.
field, but like,
Not
you know what I mean. He's fatiguing out a bit himself.
And either way, like Kevin is in lethal range right now with a route. Like, say James goes like swing for 3 and then has singing steel blade plus the route
Overpower.
in hand or overpower or something like that. He just
Yeah.
wins probably. He can get all the cards out of his hand. Do we see another unmovable in it? I know there's a plunder.
That is an unmovable in
my
hand.
favorite card.
I almost wonder if he's gonna try and bait
So
it
is that
out.
Lord to Win, E-Strike, and unmovable?
Mm-hmm. He's got a Lord. He's keeping the Lord of Wind in hand. He's trying to bait out the
Smart.
route that he knows is there.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is what I would do. Nah, Kevin, you got it. Come on. By the way, we're not playing favorites here. We just like to see the plays that we would make when we see them.
Yeah.
I'm just like telepathically telling Kevin, yes, block with the 2 cards. Force him to use the route to get through one of them. And then unmovable. I will say it kind of sucks if he gets the E-Strike back, because at the very least, like, he won't be able to play because he has no cards left in hand after he does this play.
Dude, if James has like a singing steel blade in hand, we could see some pretty nuts plays here. Because he can go like, so say Kevin blocks for 6, we see Singing Steel Blade. Searched out. Was it Iron Song Response? Is that the +3 one?
That's the +3 for free.
So swing for 7, which means that Kevin probably wants to block so it doesn't have go again or something. Then bam, after that, route.
You know
And
what's
it's just like
You know what's
we
crazy?
just see a block 3 here.
He's baiting. So what he's
Ooh.
doing, what Kevin is doing, and this is kind of smart, is that he's making sure that at the very least he blocks the minimum amount,
Yeah.
so that James is forced to use something if he wants to get over it. Now, if you blocked with 2 cards, I actually would just stop there if I was James, because
I'd
in
just be
that
like,
scenario,
Just
you
keep
may
your hand.
well, it's because you get to keep the cards for later when you're
Yeah.
actually trying to do lethal, unless you think you have absolute lethal. But
Makes
yep.
sense. We see a route from hand. Gives
There's the route.
It's +3 and put a card back in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So shoving the route back, or shoving the E-Strike back, and then we're probably just gonna see the immovable in response.
So this is the best case scenario for Kevin, actually, because now he can unmovable from hand. The route's already resolved, and now he's got the E-Strike for next turn for 7. That's so free.
If I'm James, though, I'm still happy with this. Because, like, you still keep a good amount of momentum on your side. Also, so we're just going to the E-Strike for 7 on the next turn, and then, like...
I do see that he had a hit and run, but I guess he didn't want to play it just yet.
Yeah.
He was expecting to finish it off with the route, I think.
Probably. I think we'll just see it, probably Arsenal pass.
Oh, no, he has a Razor.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
He has a Razor, but no go again. So, I mean, if he hits for,
yeah.
like, a 1 or 2 damage, like, great. That's
I don't
not...
know that's worth it. Just to swing for 2. Because he doesn't have access to the refraction bolters anymore. Because it's not like he can go, like, Razor it, refraction bolters, give it go again.
Yeah, I think this is the time for James to just kind of close out the combat chain and just save stuff for later.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
sure.
I see an Iron Song Determination.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, so...
No, Singing Steel Blade.
So you can still Singing Steel
Like I said
Blade.
earlier, folks, I'm not a warrior player. But that's a Singing Steel Blade, so... He still has, so it's 6 to 7 right now in terms of defense. The
Singing
unmovable.
Steel Blade puts it up to 1. He still doesn't have go again, so I don't know what he was going to search for here. So it's swinging for 7 now, right? And
Oh my god, if he searches another route and puts it back in hand, that's insane.
Oh, true.
He could.
Yeah, or you could see a glint, draw a card, and hope you...
Oh, it is the
glint,
okay.
You know what? I think glint's actually really smart here, because you can glint, draw a card, and then attack, react, razor it. So it pushes it over, has go again, get the extra weapon swing, and then...
Hopefully, depending on what card he draws, of course. Does he have a tunic counter? No, that's two counters on the tunic right now.
Does he have none floating?
He has none floating. It looks like he had to play that blue to
get
get the rest
blue
of it.
here.
Route is a very expensive card.
Bro, it's very expensive. I mean, for good reason.
Rightfully,
Imagine it was 1 cost.
Yes,
like...
rightfully. The hit and run he pitched was a 1 cost, so that's the red
Yeah.
hit and run.
So...
1 pitch.
If he had a blue here, he's like golden, I think.
If he has a blue, yeah, because then he can play the Razor from a hand, pay for bracers, and swing with Dawnblade again.
Yep. And then that strips all the cards from hand, pushes damage through, and then you just need the Iron Song Determination.
Yeah. Now...
We see another red, so it's just going over now.
Now, Kevin can still... Like, if Kevin survives this turn, this is a lot of gas that's just out of James's deck for the rest of the game.
Yeah. I'm watching James Slave's Remembrance, and... See, you get to this point in the game...
hang on, I don't see anyone playing Remembrance these days. People expect the game to like, peter out well before they get to Fatigue Rage, unless it's specifically... Oh, they just ended it there. Wait.
He didn't have any resource floating.
Oh, I thought the card he pitched was a blue pitch. Oh, it wasn't. It was another red. Okay. Well...
So we just see a leg... Is that Surging Strike? Yeah, Surging Strike for 5. Was that a yellow, or is that...
That's a red. That's a red. That's coming in for 5 of go again. I will say that's kind of unfortunate for James. He did go for the gamble.
Wait, hold on. What? Is he able to afford that?
Yeah, he pitched and then he had a tunic counter.
Oh, okay, I didn't see the tunic counter. Makes sense.
Yeah, he had the tunic counter.
It's like, I thought Surging Strike costed more than that.
No, yeah. Okay, so he's just forcing the card out of hands, which is pretty good, yeah. He forced 2 cards out of James's hand, so he's only got
getting the shunts
2
out
left.
early is good, because, like I said, he could just lose the double shunt.
That's a Steel Blade supremacy there.
Oh, yeah, dude. I think you just go pitch blue, swing for 3, and just Arsenal pass.
That's what I would do. I will say, it's kind of unfortunate for James during that last turn. He had all that gas, and he did gamble to try and get the extra resources to swing again. But unfortunately, he did not get it.
I don't know if I would have played Steel Blade there.
Oh, wait, he's playing it now? Yeah, I would not play this now. Kevin is more than happy to block this out.
Oh, for sure.
Especially when he has no cards to threaten an attack reaction.
Yeah, he has no go again either. Because he doesn't have, like I said, you don't have the on-hit refraction bolsters anymore.
Oh, he's looking to keep that razor in here. He's looking to.
Smart.
He's looking to.
Close this one out.
He's looking to make sure he has something he can close the game out with later at least. He might pitch it during this next turn.
Yeah.
Oh, I know if he's about to defend with it.
I don't know. Oh, you know, I wonder how many. He does have the E-Strike and Arrow Flip from last turn.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so he's got E-Strike, so he should Kadachi E-Strike, I think.
Probably.
That's a good way to get,
Dude, what if James just has double Steel Blade Shunt?
Oh, I see that Kevin has a Flick Flack in hand, so that was one of the cards he was threatening.
So we just see a Lord of Wind.
I
Dude, I think you just go Lord of Wind, swing for 2 twice. Or
Can I,
you either Kadachi twice or E-Strike.
I would just
I
straight
don't
up
think you-
E-Strike and put the Lord of Wind away.
Yeah,
that
that's
way
fine.
you can,
He's selecting the Kadachis.
well, the Flick Flack in Arsenal, even if it's the blue one, that's a card that he can't gain reprise from.
Yeah, and then also it turns off like the threat of Iron Song Determination.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just going all in, swinging for 7. You know, if I'm
Yeah,
James
it's
here,
not
we see a
lethal, though.
we see a hit and run in hand, and yeah, I don't know, man. I'm really not sure what I would do.
I would definitely block some of this damage. Like, even though the health difference is this close and you could take
Yeah.
it to keep all your cards, like, Ninja is just going to fatigue you at
Oh,
that
for
point,
sure. I
and eventually
mean,
you're in Kadachi
If he had
range.
like an Iron Song or Iron, what was it, Determination? That's the Dominate +1/+1.
Yes, that's the Iron Song
If you had that in
determination.
hand, I would just take the 7 and just hope you can close it out from the Dominate.
Yeah, you really don't want to go
Especially
to one
'cause,
against
like,
Ninja.
Especially because Kevin doesn't have an Arsenal now, so like that plays even better. It's just he's in a difficult spot here.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if James has any more routes
He
in
may
his deck.
just keep a full grip into his next turn too.
But that's what I was trying to say. That's terrible. Like, you do not want to go to 1 against Ninja.
I mean, you can go to 1 against Ninja and then just hope you win.
If
Like,
you
if he thinks,
okay, so if he thinks that he has the absolute game ender, like he's got the route, he's got whatever play he can do to hit over any
Yeah, to close out the
immovables or
game.
anything that Kevin
Yeah.
plays. Because to be fair, once you play an immovable, you have to pay for its cost the first time. You technically could play it again during the defense step, but you'd
and
have to
then
have another
you're out of
blue
cards
pitch.
in hand as well.
Yeah.
Well, you have 1 left, but still, just feels bad. Okay,
He
so he's
does.
blocking with Steel Blade Supremacy.
That's an odd card to block with.
I feel like I would have blocked with anything else. I don't know.
He might need the resource
He probably
more.
sees something we don't. Yeah, it is a red pitch.
It's a
Fair,
red
fair.
pitch, and it's kind of telegraphed, I guess. Oh, there's a steel
Dude,
pitch.
I also miss Festus. Where's he at? I need him in my life. I miss him. You see, Spoils of War coming down.
That's a pretty good one.
Does that get a go again, or is it just +2?
+2 go gun.
Ooh,
And the
okay.
one that hits, it gets the coppers. I don't think James cares about the he's got the coppers on the.
The coppers are insane, dude.
He's
Cash
got the
in.
coppers on the map, but I don't think he cares much for
Yeah,
them.
he's always that sick glint the Quicksilver mat, dude. On the original ones, pretty fire.
Ooh, James doing a little Kevin doing a little overblocking here. I think he really wants to make sure that either James like burns through some of his attack reactions, or even just passes at this point.
I think James wouldn't even mind passing either. Yeah, I don't think James minds even passing here. Like, he gets an
I was
Arsenal
gonna
card.
Yeah.
Kevin gets 1 in hand.
Oh, there's the
Is that
Ravenous
a
Rabble.
Ravenous Rabble? So 4 with go again? I mean, the go again doesn't matter.
Wait, did he actually hit the red off the top?
He hit it right off the top, I believe. I think it was a red sink below.
That's
so he knows
insane
that
on
Kevin has
Ninja.
that for next turn. So he can probably like keep that in mind for his plays going forward.
And can I just say how insane that is for Ninja to actually get the red off the top? Ninja has like so few reds.
I don't know, dude. The control builds usually have a lot.
Like, compared to blues is what I'm saying. Like, they play so many blue 0 pitches so they can keep the Kadachis going. Or just block with combo cards.
Yeah.
But yeah, that last turn I was about to say was best case scenario for James, because he forced.
We see the Iron Song Determination. Oh boy, it's coming down. I don't know what else he has in hand.
Oh, but sharpened steel. Yeah, I think this is game. Unless Kevin has an immovable.
He's got 1 block in hand. I did not see the immovable in hand. He's got sink below. So he'll be coming in for 7. And I think that closes it out, because even if he blocks with Tunic and the sink below, that's still game.
Yeah. Well, no, if it's a red, if it's a red immovable, I think he's gone through all his red.
No, I was
immovables.
just saying I don't think he has the immovable at all.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
I'm just saying, like, from what I see in hand, I saw he had the sink below. Well, we know he has sink below. James does too, because he revealed off the top. Only thing he can block with right now is Tunic. So
Yo, imagine if he has the surprise sigil in
it's
hand.
just
Nah, I see the cards he has in hand. He has no defense reactions other than sink below.
he's got my favorite
And
card though,
Tunic.
Plunder Run.
Yep, there it
And this
is.
extends the hand, like I said, could only block 5 with Tunic plus Sync Blow, so
Yeah, there it is. So 2 comes through, and that's game.
yeah. Like I said, dude.
Good job from both players
yeah.
here. Like I said, there were some turns where it looked like each one had like a favorable turn compared to the other, but it still came down to the wire.
For sure.
That one, oh, you missed it earlier, Evan. Unfortunately, we couldn't see why exactly, but like Kevin had banished the hurricane technique,
Yeah.
but for some reason he couldn't play it after banishing it with Katsu's ability, so he just lost it the entire game.
Oh, that sucks.
It does. And unfortunately, we were still setting up some parts of the stream, so we weren't looking at it directly. I'll probably go back and watch it later to see if I can see what we missed. But if he had Red
Yeah.
Rising Mythos, he may have just run out of resources without
That's
realizing it. Until
Hurricane Technique's a 2 cost, right?
1.
Oh.
It only costs 1, but you still need the 1. So I think he did Kadachi, leg tap. Or Kadachi and leg tap, depending on what his pitch was. And he definitely played another card after, which looked like the Rising Thrust.
He probably just miscalculated because you do have to also discard a card.
Hey man, I know something about miscalculating your resources for game. You know.
Listen, man, happens to the best of us, dude.
Yeah.
But all right, so I think we're gonna get started with round 2 shortly.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go ahead and cut to a break for now. We'll get back to you in just a bit. There you go. Alright, and we're back, guys. And we're back at the stream table, and we've got Evan and Kayla on stream. Evan's on Prism today, and then we've got Kayla on Dash. Now that's going to be an interesting matchup, because Dash typically wants to try and fatigue out other players, and Prism doesn't have a weapon that she can constantly swing with to kind of like keep cards to put on pressure. So just going to be a battle of whether the Prism can overpower the Dash, or whether Dash can hold out until the Prism, well, basically decks out. Or loses to Gun. Both incredibly viable options of winning. I see, turn 1. I can see the maximum velocity in Kayla's hand. Definitely one of the best cards you can have as a Dash player to break those Prism's Phantasms, because there's no way, even with Judgment or Blinding Beam, without having, like, multiple of those, that you can actually like get it to low enough attack to where it doesn't break your Phantasm. Honestly, something I didn't think about before. I don't play mech myself, but you know, it's definitely a card. Actually, it's probably because it's a card that I put on my bulk all the time. Like Dash players don't typically play it; they just stick with the gun plays and fatiguing out instead of like the boost plays. So definitely not something that I thought of using just because I keep putting it off to the side. Now Evan definitely has a lot of experience playing against Dash since our other adventure crewmates, Andrew, plays it as his main. So they definitely practice a lot together. The only question is, like I said, can Evan overpower the Dash before it gets too late, or before they can set up their board, or will this go into late game? We'll have to see. There's the Tome of Divinity. I actually forgot what Evan's opinion was on it before, but I know he's probably trying it because a lot of people in our group have been trying the Tome now with the Vestige. So honestly, and he's got the Halo too instead of the Skull Cap. So honestly, the Halo into Tome turn, or even like in conjunction with the Genesis turn, is actually pretty sick in terms of like cycling cards and getting more cards to use for your turn. Yep, there goes the maximum velocity. Oh, but I see that Evan did have the blue pitch to go ahead and use the Phantasmal and then crack out with the Command and Conquer. So best case scenario for Evan, honestly. It's going to force 2 cards out of Kayla's hand, or if she doesn't have 2 cards she can defend with, because I do see one of them is immovable, then she's just going to lose the arsenal. Oh, I see one of them is a throttle. What's the card underneath? Anyway, we'll see in a second, I'm sure, because either she's going to... I would assume she wants to defend this. Yep, there it goes. And it was just a generic Magnologist attack action. So she was able to defend it, thankfully. Thankfully for her, anyway. I don't know what's in her arsenal. I don't think her arsenal is an item right now, or else she would have definitely played it last turn instead of swinging again with the gun. She does get the induction chamber in her hand now, so she will, after tomorrow, have a second one shortly. Not so long as Evan doesn't... Wow. Unless Evan forces out enough cards out of her hand that she can't even pay for its cost. But we'll see in a second. I see Evan got out the Genesis and is just using a face-down card to represent Spectral Shields. Hopefully they don't lose track of those. And after swinging just for 1, I guess he didn't either didn't think to use it, or maybe he couldn't for some reason. Oh, he didn't have the Go Again. He didn't have a yellow pitch in his arsenal, or in his he didn't have a yellow card in his pitch zone, so he didn't have Go Again to swing with both of them. Honestly, one of the more interesting things about Prism is that they definitely have strong cards and strong effects that they can use to their advantage, especially like Go-Agains on the Luminaris just for having a yellow pitch. Oh, and there's the Tome.
Oh, we're going off.
I'm telling you, he's got 6 cards in hand. That's nuts.
Oh, did he just play another Spectral Shield? Oh my god.
So he's gonna have what, like 5? Yeah, he's got
5 shields.
That's 5 individual pips. Oh, but I do see Kayla got a purifier out last turn. I thought she was gonna play the canister, the induction chamber for sure. She should still have that somewhere in her. Yeah, she's got the induction chamber right there. So I mean, funny enough, Evan's really popping off right now, but Kayla does have the cards to go ahead and set up her board like as early as like what, turn 3?
I was helping out there. Has has Evan been using the footsteps on the gun?
No, he hasn't used that yet, but he did use the footsteps after Kayla broke one of his phantasms with maximum velocity to play Command and Conquer afterwards. So you know, it's pretty awesome in its own right.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I mean, and having the Genesis up on your turn and being able to put that card in soul and then play the tome is super strong. And then of course, as you can see, just all the go agains on the on the shields and the Genesis.
You know what's crazy? Unfortunately, Kayla has 2 items in her hand. The induction chamber and the Teklo core.
Yeah, and then we're gonna pitch a blue, make another one, swing it again. We are up to 6 shields, and then just a red Herald of Rebirth.
Honestly, I think this is... I don't know what... Oh no, she has an immovable. I do know she has an immovable that she arsenaled at some point.
But one of those cards in her hand is the Teklo core, which might just be a little too slow at this point.
Oh, no, she's got the 2 defense reactions.
Yep,
Okay.
so we're just going to play. We're going to block for 8 here, not letting that go, like any more cards go in soul, not putting any card with Phantasm back on top of the deck.
This next turn is actually going to be really good for Kayla, because she's going to be able to... You know what? Actually, she's got 0 to 60. No, she doesn't have enough resources to do it, because she has to pitch the Teklo core to play the induction chamber. If she was able to keep one of those defense reactions in hand, she might have been able to actually like get both items out on her next turn.
All right, so we're gonna pitch the 0 to 60.
Yeah, it looks like it's
load
blue.
up all our items. Yep, load up all our items. I like that, like putting the items like around Dash. Like it's just like she gets like mech'd out like a mech suit. Like,
not a bad way of looking at it aesthetically.
all right, so we're gonna use the plasma purifier and swing the gun for 3, block for 3. Give it go again with the induction chamber. Induction chamber is such a strong card. She does have another induction chamber.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
She's probably gonna load up the gun like or load up something when we're... Oh,
No, we're just gonna play the Teklo core.
huh. I guess she's gonna arsenal the chamber.
She might. There's an argument not to if you ever like don't think you have the action point to play it, and then it just kind of sits there eating up a arsenal slot.
Yeah, I mean,
And honestly, like that turn, yeah, getting the Teklo core out is pretty good, I guess. But at the same time, Evan's on 7 shields. Genesis is still alive, and I think anytime you just keep Genesis out for more than a turn, you're sitting pretty as the Prism player.
it just kind of sucks because there's no way you can just attack with it with the gun and then get go again.
And he's
Oh
able
my-
to pitch the Spectral Shield for 3 because of the Vestige. And make 3 more Spectral Shields. So we're going to come in for 11 this turn, 1 at a time.
That's insane. Oh my god. That's so gross. And poor Kayla couldn't do anything about it. Like, let's put it this way. If she had attacked, she at least would have gotten rid of the Genesis. I feel like she needed to do that, honestly. Like, as much as nice as it would have been to get one of the items out, like, Genesis cannot stay on, especially after they already have that many soul
You
shields.
do have to kill the Genesis. You do not let that stay on the field. It turns on Vestige. It turns on. It makes a shield. It's just everything Prism wants is on that card.
Honestly, I would say, yeah, this might sound stupid. I almost wonder if Kayla would be better off just blocking with all of the cards, and then just like using the Teklo Core's resources next turn to just play the other induction chamber.
I'm
No,
not
she
sure.
needs to she needs to get rid of that Genesis.
She needs to get rid of some shields. She needs to get rid of Genesis. This is just kind of wild.
Mm-hmm. She does start off the turn with 2 resources thanks to the core, so that's something.
And we're just going to put them right on Induction Chamber and the Plasma Pistol.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to pitch a blue.
Oh, and there she
And
goes
we're just
playing the
going to play
induction
the
chamber.
last Induction Chamber.
Oh, wait a minute. She had a 0 to 60 in hand. She could have tried 0 to 60 to boost to do some damage. And then if she really wanted to swing the gun, use the Achilles heel to go ahead and get an action point, and then played the chamber.
Yeah,
I
that
feel
is
like
one thing that could have happened.
that would have been best case scenario, I think. I will say I haven't seen Kayla play mech before, so she's probably new to this. Thankfully, I think we're going to see a lot more mech players now from the new players since plasma purifier is easier to come by now that Crucible Unlimited's out. Probably one of the things that was hardest to get out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Any one of those crew cards is definitely a chore to get.
Granted, the best cards in her arsenal are still just the induction chambers and her arcane rising stuff, but getting those extra blue mech cards, the plasma purifiers, like those two things alone to fill out the deck are what make the big difference between the consistent dash players versus the slightly less consistent arcane dash players. Man, Evan is just sitting at 40 health still with 10 shields, and he's about to get another one once Genesis goes off. I wonder what they're talking about. Maybe Evan's like...
I think they had to clarify the order of operations. I know that because Kayla did play the induction chamber and then tried to load it. And unfortunately, induction chamber does take up your action point to play. So that you can't really load it the same turn you play it unless you had another action point from somewhere else. Here we see on Evan's turn, he's just going to trigger Genesis, put another card in Soul, draw that card, go in with a 4-card hand with Vestige being live. Now that card he pitched is not a light card. Let's see if he catches it. If he doesn't catch it in a second, I'm going to go...
Or even if it doesn't matter. No. Oh, Throttle coming down to break the erudition, though. Yeah, yep. All right. Get him, AJ. Get him. Well, so he tried to use the resource for Phantasmal, which he'll probably still do, to be honest, and I don't think it'll make a huge difference on whether or not he, Well, actually, it does make a difference, because if he needs to at least get rid of the one extra card before he can Phantasmal. Yep, there you go. Alright, well, he pitches the Celestial, so he's going to have 2 resources floating after that anyway, so... Not scuffed yet. And here comes the 12 damage now. Oh my god. 12... Imagine 12 Kadachi hits. That's disgusting.
That don't cost a resource.
Oh my god. Kayla's taken most of it. She did block with 2 cards, but they were throttles too, which I actually don't know if they were reds or not. So... The Herald of Protection too. Oh, she should have... It sucks to say this in hindsight, of course, but if one of those throttles was red, I definitely would have saved it to hopefully break a... what's it called?
Yeah, I think this game is probably on its end. It kind of just looks like Evan snowballed a bit. The Genesis got to stay alive way too long.
2 prismatic shields.
I think all 3 actually eventually
all
came
3?
down. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't notice. I wasn't counting.
But, I mean, Kayla could have a pretty explosive turn here. If you can clear out the shields and take care of Genesis, which I know is a very tall order, but if you could do that, there is a way to claw back, I think, really. So we're going to swing for 3 into Genesis.
Oh, hang on. Hopefully, I think Evan might be correcting her on how... Oh, what is he doing here?
So if I had to guess, if she's actually attacking Genesis, then the Spectre goes on the stack. We actually just had this interaction in a former game he played. So he's probably going to try to get Merciful Retribution out at the same time.
No, he's playing the Tome.
Yeah.
And then hopefully Merciful Retribution for him.
Just another Genesis. She's probably just thinking, you have to be kidding me at this point.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to explain here how Go Again cannot resolve. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is just her inexperience. Like I said, I've only seen her play Levia before, so she might not have this much experience with Go Again cards.
Yeah, and
against Prism specifically.
Prism, Aura Prism being a little bit more relevant at this point in the meta than when Monarch first came out. It's just way different. So you have to understand like how Spectre like kind of ends your turn unless you have another action point and things like that.
Yep. All right, there we go. Hopefully, we have to trust that none of the players scuff the match during that little blackout.
I think it's fine.
And another spectral shield. Evan needs 3 whole dice for each of the spectral shields he has at this point.
Yes, this is very insane.
Actually, did he forget to create one just now? Yeah, he
No.
did. Yeah, because he had the. Oh no, there he goes. Because I was gonna say he got to 12 dice, or the 12 counts on the
we're
dice
just
from
gonna
the purifier. So
Yeah.
no defense on that, and with all those little 1 hits coming in, there's no way she can defend all that. Oh, she had 2 pure. No, the purifiers on the field. Sorry, I was about to say she had 2 purifiers in hand. That's like the worst time to have both.
Yep, and that's
Yeah,
gonna do
that's
it. I
gonna
think
do it.
Evan's gonna take round 2.
Wait, Evan had library in hand. He almost could have played that just to,
Yeah,
just to
Evan's
add
gonna
more to the
take
stack.
round 2. Good job to Kayla. That was a good match. I mean, I think it just comes down to experience in the matchup, and I think give her some time, and we'll definitely see some more like being able to take care of the Spectra. I think this was a good learning experience for anyone out there who hasn't played against a Prism yet. Never, and I mean almost never, let Genesis stay on the field if you can do anything about it. Genesis is, if they get to, like, a lot of times in Magic, right? And I know this is like another game, but a lot of times in Magic, you like, there's cards that, you know, if they're allowed to untap with it on the field, it's just insane. Whereas, like, that's kind of how Genesis is. If you let them have Genesis again on their turn with more cards in hand, it just becomes overwhelming, as you saw there. So we're going to see if we can grab Evan for a quick interview. That match was very fast, and we have some time in between rounds. So stick around, and we'll be right back. All right, Evan, good job, man. How's it go? You're 2-0 now, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
2-0.
that's crazy. So that matchup,
Shields.
yeah, Shields kind of, Genesis got to stay on the field probably a little too long. Like,
Yeah.
pretty, like, tell me how going into, like, obviously she was probably a little inexperienced in the Prism matchup.
Yeah.
But going into seeing Dash flip over, like, what was your game plan?
I took out Ode to Rafts because never really gonna get them to like be able to stay on the field. And I was like, well, Genesis is just good.
Yeah,
Get one use out of it.
Genesis
it's like,
is
alright,
good,
that's fine. Merciful Retribution, using cheesy stuff of it.
Absolutely.
Like, I know you killed me all the time with it.
Yeah,
It's like, sure, you're gonna kill me here. In response, I'll kill you.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll have like 3 shields up, and then they're like attack, and you're like, all right, well, I'll flash a Merciful Retribution,
Yeah.
and then they take the damage on the on the crackback basically, and
Yeah.
you just win, and kind of almost like Kano, yeah,
Pretty much.
in that scenario. So yeah, you were able to keep hitting the
I
shields.
got a lot of
Genesis
shields
got to
out.
live, and just kind of became like a really insane ninja, just like one,
Yeah,
one.
A bunch of Kadachis for free.
So this is the first time talking on stream since you've gotten your road to Nats invite.
Yes.
So nationals coming up. You pretty much gonna stick with chain?
Probably.
Going into chain, the road
Probably.
to nationals.
The
I
deck's
don't
good.
blame you. That's a really strong deck. So, and that's what got you the invite.
Yeah.
So yeah, of
I
course.
mean, like, sure you can draw bad and like banish bad. That's what chain does. So, you know, you just gotta accept it.
Absolutely. All right, man. Well, I'll let you get back to the room and get back to your games and 2 more rounds of Swiss.
2 more rounds. Let's go.
Basically, if you win your next one, you're pretty much guaranteed to top
I'm
4.
in.
So, good luck.
Thank
and
you.
thanks for hanging out.
No problem.
Ooh. All right, guys, welcome back. Sorry about that extended delay. We actually had table 1 go to a draw. I don't know if you guys know about this, but you never want to do that in Flesh and Blood. LSS has come out and said they do not like draws. They want people to finish their games, and unfortunately, a draw is basically a double loss. So yeah, in the future, definitely want to make sure you finish your rounds as fast as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, it feels bad when you feel like you're having a good game or you're closing out a close game and you don't get to finish it. You know, just feels bad there.
Hey, Muckduck coming in, best stream. Let's go. Yeah, I agree, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We definitely love the praise, and every time we get it, we love it over here. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope we see you out to more of our army events, man. But anyway, so we do have Chris, who is actually a relatively new player on Bravo, and he is I think he is pretty new, and he's playing at this is table 1, guys. So table 1 is but yeah, table 1, uh, good for him. I mean, this is round 3. So basically, if either of these players is 2-0, a win here pretty much guarantees you into top 4. But we do have Matt on chain, who I think he's been on chain for quite a while now. And Chris, he's playing Bravo. So usually Bravo has kind of been, in the meta as the chain killer. You just kind of turtle up and let them deck themselves out for the most part, kind of just survive the onslaught of attacks. But it'll be interesting to see how Chris decides to play against this matchup.
I mean, I've been saying it for ages, and I still believe it's true that Bravo has some favorable tricks against, at least tricks against Chain, especially with cards like Crush the Weak and
Crush the Weak is just a gross card against chain.
yeah, because it takes into account the base power, not even any boost that they might have. So Riftbind, Bounding Demagon, even with the bonus damage they might do with their effects, like it still blocks them from even playing them. And what was the other? Oh, Ninja. Ninja is the... Now, we already know why Ninja's good. It's because it's good at drawing out those games, stalling out to the end, and waiting for Chain to deck out, basically.
Hey, Muckduck, thank you for that subscription, man. That's awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Keeps us going. If you guys haven't already, make sure you follow, sub, whatever. Make sure you watch us when we go. Be alerted to know when we go live. Pretty much every Sunday. I think we are taking one more Sunday off next week because we'll all be playing in Road to Nats again. But we'll be back the following Sunday with an even bigger stream because that'll be our Road to Nats for the collective the following week. So I will be judging it. Your hosts will actually be Nick and Evan. So that'll be super interesting, and I really appreciate them for helping me out on the stream there.
Yeah, especially because as much as we love streaming here, we also love to play, and especially with these competitive events like Road to Nats coming up, we would like to get as much preparation in for the callings as soon as they come out right after.
Yeah, I
to
mean,
make sure we're prepared.
We have the callings coming up. I mean, really, these are for your nationals invite, which I still do not have. So I would like to get my nationals invite.
And then we've got Tales of Art. Like I said at the beginning of the stream,
I
Tales
wonder
of
how
Aria
many
coming up
cloisters the
soon.
Bravo is gonna make this game. I would guess 0. However, because he's not Nick, he's not Muckduck coming out here and making cloisters as his seismic surge tokens.
I feel like I'm missing an inside joke here.
So Muckduck here, he for his seismic surge tokens, he bought these really old foil cloisters.
Oh, okay. I was like, we're talking about the Pokemon, right?
Yeah,
okay,
we are talking about the Pokemon.
That makes sense. I gotcha.
All right,
that tracks.
We are getting ready to start here. I'm gonna go ask them to put a life counter on screen and then to use our dice. So
that would definitely help. I'll sub in the meantime. So I think we're getting started now. So at least we haven't missed anything with the dice or health counters. Oh, let's see. Oh, Matt's just getting out those cool -1 or resource tokens he's got. Yeah, that black dice is not going to show us how much chains he has, or those metallic dice are not going to show us how many chains he has right now. So, or soul shackles, sorry. So yeah, if you could switch to the other ones, that would definitely help the stream out here. I gotta say, I know it's not going to be available for the first one in Las Vegas, but Tales of Aria coming out like basically as the callings start for the season. Wait, AJ, he needs to put it more on screen. It's still cut off. So like basically right after the first calling in Las Vegas, the meta is going to shift with whatever cards come out in Aria, either to change up the meta, hopefully from what I still predict is going to be chain heavy, to maybe something else coming in to dethrone him. One thing one thing I've always said is that in addition to like Bravo having some very detrimental on-hit effects that stop Chain from being able to do what he wants, Azalea technically has some built-in on-hit effects, especially with Red in the Ledger, but even with the new Ranger announced, she's not going to be able to use Red in the Ledger at the very least, so the disruption is not going to be as strong on that new character. But maybe she gets something new, or gets a playstyle that lets her keep up with Chain's damage to, like I said, either dethrone him or keep up with him at least. Going into the first turn for Guardian, you know, typical.
Oh, we're just gonna pummel right away.
Okay.
Coming in for 10.
I gotta be honest.
So we're
that's
gonna take
not...
4, go to 36.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. That's not terrible turn one. Like when the damage is when it comes to Chain, you want to race them down in damage. Either have them start taking Blood Debt eventually, if you can survive out the late game, or just make it so that you get the highest health lead possible.
Yeah, I totally understand that because on one side of it, usually the Bravo player is kind of surviving for the most part, but you still have to kind of put on pressure. If you can get a card out of a Chain's hand, that would be really good. So we just see the Rip Through Reality coming down. He did make a shackle, so even though he hasn't done arcane damage, this will have go again. And this is actually probably not the worst thing to do as the Chain player, because I don't think Rip Through Reality is going to have its natural go again from the arcane damage anytime soon in this matchup.
No, and not to mention it's just turn one, but it looks like he's got another pummel. Ooh, I was gonna say he's got another pummel in hand, but here comes the Command and Conquer down.
Yeah.
And he opted to switch to Null Rune Gloves, so that Crater Fist is not there to help with the defense.
He still has 3 damage. If he's really worried about the card in Arsenal, he still has the 3 to block with the helmet and the chest piece.
There he goes.
But he's just gonna block with 2 cards from hand.
Not the worst still.
I think actually the more relevant part of this turn was the 4 damage from the Rift Through Reality.
Yeah, because every bit of damage you get in, especially early game against a Guardian player as Chain, your damage is only gonna ramp up from there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can see. Oh, that's a staunch response. I thought for some reason when I glanced at it, it was a Crush the Weak, and I thought he was getting ready to pummel a Crush the Weak on Chain.
Yeah,
I think I'm a little too excited. I see it everywhere.
Yeah, well, super strong. I just don't think maybe like so early is as good. And we see Matt's kind of on the higher damage cards too. Like he played we just saw him play a Rip Through Reality for 4, so the Crush the Weak wouldn't have done too much on that turn.
I honestly wonder about Staunch Response. Like, I guess it's a good stall card because, like, for the value of what would normally be 2 cards from hand, you can at least pitch 1 card for the cost and save it for later. But, like, Matt's not really going to be hitting that. Like, with the exception of some E-Strikes and Rifted Torment, right? No. What's the one that gets the +1 for each non-attack action?
Oh, that is Rift Bind.
Rift Bind. Except for those 2 cards, like Matt's not going to be hitting tall. And Staunch Response is usually a good anti-tall card.
Muck Duck, I totally agree. Yeah, the Time Skippers is kind of a questionable include here. There could be maybe a turn where he thinks he can just do some crazy like big attack and then swing hammer for even more damage. That's the only thing I would use it for in this matchup.
I think the immovables are overkill, unless it's blue immovable specifically. Like, in this turn, I would have pitched the blue immovable to make a token and then swing with the hammer. just to get it out of hand, because he's already got Staunch Response in Arsenal, so he's already got a good defense reaction for when he needs it. But having too many, especially when Command and Conquer still exists in the game, is not great. And see, he draws into more defense reactions too. I see a Fate Foreseen in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, you kind of just have to wonder what's your win condition here if you're the Bravo player. Like I said, I think a lot of times against Chain, it's one of two things. Either you're gonna try to like burn them out on their good cards, like just keep blocking and blocking, hold on, make them deck themselves, or you can do some turns like later on if you can kind of get them in a pinch where you do that crush the weak turn, you do that crippling crush turn like at a really inopportune time where it just totally screws up like their turn, like their kill turn, and then they either take blood debt and die, or you just have so much tempo at that point that
Absolutely.
you kind of just win from there. However, Chain can just do some really wild things to like get over things. So
Even as early as turn 3, man. Like, depending on what he banishes.
all right, so we're gonna do E Strike here. He did the
Draw a
draw
card.
card, so I think he gave it go again via the
Art of
Art of War. Yeah.
Huh.
So we have 5 coming in with go again.
I would not have used the helmet yet. Again, unless you know you're about to crack it the next turn, helmet's something you want to save for like command and conquer blocks or, you know, things that you just don't want to hit for an on-hit effect. E-strike's just raw damage, and until he cracks the helm, it's still there to protect 1 health later.
Yeah, absolutely. So what are you gonna do with that follow up if you're Matt here? I think you definitely are gonna make a shackle at some point in this turn, I believe. I mean, unless you're trying to play it slow. I mean, it is Guardian, so you don't necessarily need to go completely off
Yeah,
right
because
away.
the 2 cards he has in his banish right now. Oh, well, I mean, he plays Shadow Puppetry, so.
Yep, Shadow Puppetry into a Rip Through Reality. So this will have go again. I believe Rip Through Reality's base is 4.
Yes, red.
So it should be 5 with go again.
Mm-hmm. Now, I actually think this is pretty opportune for, yep, there goes the blue staunch response. I disagree with the righteous cleansings against Chain, but again, that might just be.
I mean, Righteous Cleansing can help you hit some of those. I mean, you're obviously not going to banish any cards with Blood Debt and help them out, but it could still hit, like, you know, things like.
You could banish Art of War early to get those out. Those are really
Yeah.
pivotal cards, though.
Banish Command and Conquers, Shadow Puppetries. You know, there's a lot of key cards that Chain does not want to see hit the banish pile.
But the funny thing is when you're looking at the top 5, if it's going into their turn, you know it's going to be banished anyway.
Oh yeah, well see, that's something else you could do is you could banish something that, you know, you could layer like the top 5 in a way that's like really bad for them as well.
You do get to choose the cards that go back on top in the order. So Matt coming off with a pretty, and he did play the Rift Bind from his banish. I actually probably would have saved that. I like the idea of saving Rift Binds for you know, those big turns where it's like, oh, I'm going wide, or oh, I played a bunch of seeds, so it gets a huge amount of value from it.
Yeah.
And taking the one, oh, is that Seeping Shadows?
That is he did banish his Seeping Shadows, so while that's a little expensive and rough to play,
I mean, when you get it off, you get it off.
yeah, it's really good. I mean, it gives an attack +1 and go again, so.
I will say it's okay with bounding Demagon, since at least the bounding is free, and then it gets the go again. Plus, it lets you play bounding Demagon from the banish, which is a requirement. But yeah, I mean, this is maybe just me and my pre-release or sealed Chain experience. Those cards never came out of the banish zone because of just how expensive they were.
All right, so we're gonna make a shackle and play Ghostly Visit. So this will be 4 with go again, and we just have the Fate Foreseen to cover up the 4 exactly. It still does have go again though.
Mm-hmm.
I do see. So Matt's remaining cards are Snatch and Command and Conquer.
And this is why you kind of actually want to play your defense reactions early, because like, and when against a go wide deck, you know they can end on the Command and Conquer so easily.
Absolutely.
And it's just like, oh, I have
Yeah,
nothing left to block.
And
with.
then that defense reaction that's sitting in your arsenal is like defenseless, which is really funny.
Mm-hmm. And we know it's an immovable because he did play the other card from his hand just to make a token last turn.
He has a defense reaction, and one of the other cards in his hand is a pummel. So
yeah, he does have an E-strike, it looks like, and a disable though, so he should be able to block this for 6. And the Seeping Shadow stays then. Ugh.
I don't see the East. I see a pummel, a defense reaction, and a disable.
Is that a defense rate? I
Yeah.
swore I thought that was an E-strike for a second.
And then so
E-strike doesn't make sense in well, he does have the tectonic though.
yeah, so I think he only has really the disable and the pummel to block here. So he'd have to give up the chess piece as well if he really wanted to save that card in Arsenal.
That's a feel bad, yeah.
Yeah, especially since he already used the helmet, like you said. So before, if he had the, oh, is he gonna take one here? Oh,
no, that is an E-strike. I knew it.
All right, so he does block 6 here. Takes one from Blood Debt from the Seeping Shadows.
I think that was pretty good for Guardian, especially if this is a blue pummel in his hand. Let's see. He's either gonna make a token and pass, or he's gonna pitch to swing with hammer if it's a blue.
I don't know what you do. I think you swing hammer. Honestly, I don't think the token.
Or, yep, there you go.
Yeah, I don't think the token in that scenario is really great because I think at this point, you're on the defensive. Like you're gonna be the control player at this point.
Unless you were to crack the helm specifically, like token into
Oh,
helm.
that's a good point too. Token helm would be a good play as well.
Yeah, because then you get 5 cards. That might be better for late game though, when he needs the extra defense against the go wides.
That could also be what he's using the time skippers for as well. You could like crack time skippers, attack, and then crack the helm. It's another thing you could do.
Yeah, actually, that's not a terrible idea. Though it does require, if you're swinging with hammer, that requires 2 blue pitches and 1 other card to pitch. So that's very expensive. Yeah, maybe we'll be proven wrong. And you know, I'm always down to be proven wrong on these kind of things to learn to like get some new.
I think Matt hit on all 3 of the shackles. I see a rift bind and what looks like could be another rift bind in there.
Oh,
and he has the soul reaping. Soul reaping is going to be able to banish a card and gain resources. Granted, he has a card Blood in his hand, which I'm sure he does. And it looks like another rift bind. So this will. If he shackled it, which I think he did, yeah, he did. So this is 6 with go again, and you gain the resource from banishing the Blood Debt card.
Honestly,
it's gonna unmovable from Arsenal.
That's not terrible. Honestly, that's one of the tall cards, and it's gone from the game now at least. So I will say that's probably. I at first I was kind of annoyed when I saw that the shadow cards were limited to 1 for both of them for each character.
Mhm.
But then it's like now I see how it's used, and I'm like, I'm glad it's at 1.
Yeah, and even like, and I know Leviah could probably use some additional help, but it still makes sense that hers is also limited. Probably not because so much of its effect, but its stat line is just too good. It's another blue that's 6, so it just is another. It gives Leviah 7 of those cards total.
Yeah.
So
blue pitch, defends for 3, and then also has at least 6 attack.
Correct. So I think that was mainly, and of course, if you get it off against like a Bolton or a Prism that have like 2 or 3 cards in soul, and it's just like. Like so good, so good.
Especially the Boltons. Like if they're trying to build up for the OTK Bolton, not only do you set them back, but you just like chunk them. And that's really all you could ask for against that matchup, because Boltons can't hold out forever. So Immovable comes out for the first, then is Seeds. We're still waiting to see what Matt decides to do, because here's the thing, he has a lot of Blood Debt cards. He might not be able to play all of them, is just what he's running into right now, because he already used his Shackle to give the Soul Reaping go again.
I do not think Matt's life matters in this game at all. Like, almost at all. I think his life total might as well be cards in deck. That is what I think this game is going to come down to.
It's certainly ticking up by 1 each turn, and he may be getting the good cards now. 2 seeds. Okay.
2 seeds.
He may be getting the good cards now, but this has no go again unless he cracks the Snapdragons.
Yeah, so which would be really early to crack the Snapdragons on.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what card he has left in hand. If it's not a blue, I was going to say if it's at least a blue pitch, he could have played the Seeping Shadows.
Which would have been interesting for sure. Yeah.
So at least to get it out of there for now.
It'll be interesting to see how Chris handles it. Do you take the Arcane here? Do you...
I almost feel like you take little pips of Arcane, because like even if it's still coming in for 1, like you do want to try and save a blue card to like put down the clock at least a little bit each turn with a hammer swing.
And if you're Matt here, I mean, we don't know his card in Arsenal either, but if you're Matt here, having 2 Rift Binds, like taking Blood Debt here and having 2 Rift Binds ready to go for your next turn is actually not even the worst thing either, if you're not able to clear all this Blood Debt. Oh, we see the Snapdragon Scalers get cracked.
I see. Okay, so I see what Chris's hand is. He has Crippling, Mangle, and Cranial Crush. So he's got 3 of his big Crush cards. At least the Cranial Crush is blue if he wants to Hammer Swing. I still kind of disagree taking all that damage in chunks. Like, I feel like I would have at least defended 3, and then just defended 3 on whatever comes next.
Yeah, I think really in this scenario, in this matchup at this point in time, you're the control. You're the one who's just gonna take the punishment, and hopefully you can just kind of hang on. Now the other thing is too, Chris is a newer player. We don't know if his deck is constructed for the chain matchup entirely, because another thing is a lot of times in Bravo, in order to combat these very aggressive chain decks, is you have a lot of healing and you have snags. Does he have the healing and does he have the snags is the question, right? So if he doesn't, then you kind of do have to be on that offensive build. You have to say, like, can my crush effects be more harmful to you than the damage you're going to output to me?
I think I know what Chris is trying to do. He's trying to mangle right now because he's got enough for the mangle.
If you
And
mangle the gloves, that's pretty funny. I mean, just saying.
it's pretty good too. I think like Yep, there it
Yeah,
is.
there's the mangle.
That's the only thing I could see that he could even pay for and try and do. I still, again, in my opinion, I would defend it out with a little bit of that damage because Matt just lost his Snapdragons.
Yeah.
That's huge early because
That
late game is where it's going to really
That
matter.
is absolutely huge. And if you're Matt here and you're staring down a mangle and you really don't want to lose your equipment, all you have to do at this point is husk it. Husk it in another card, right? That's 9 to 11. So then that's it. You just move on to your next turn and just do so much more.
Yeah. Now maybe that's Chris's aim is to like get the actually.
But it's how much do you value gloves, right?
Yeah.
I think you husk, you save it for the crippling if you're really worried about that.
Or crush the weak.
Yeah, I don't think mangle you're as worried about in terms of like losing your gloves. I mean, they're good, don't get me wrong, but like if your hand is just busted in your hand, you're like looking at it and you're just like, I can just go off with this hand. There's a good argument here to take it, but we're gonna see him take. Oh, he does block for 6 and take 2. Oh, so Mangle was 8. Duh, in my head, Mangle was 11.
No,
But yeah,
no.
Yeah. So Mangle's 8. So yeah, you block 2 there. You keep 2 cards. You don't lose the gloves. Move on to the next turn, and
I don't like what I see in Chris's hand now. I think I see 2 unmovables. That's pretty harsh.
I would have pitched Mangle in a blue for token and hammer and Arsenal the crippling. This is just the husk and take 2. Yeah, or even just the 2 cards like we saw, which isn't even that impactful. I definitely agree. Like at that point, you probably do exactly what you said. But again, it's just probably comes down to experience in the matchup. Just not a lot of it. So Mauvrion Sky is coming down here from Matt, which is one of the best cards in this deck, I think. Like, it's just as good, and to me, maybe not just as good, but it's basically Shadow Puppetry in a way. I mean, obviously, Shadow Puppetry, don't get me wrong, is much better. Hits a lot more things, but, like, Mauvrion Sky is giving any Runeblade attack go again, and if it hits Create a Rune Chant, is just so much value. All right. So we see him block with a Crush the Weak? That is, that's the
Choke
other
Slam.
one. That's Choke Slam from Crucible.
Yeah, choke and the last pip on his tunic defense, so he doesn't take a hit. So no free rune chance for Matt.
Yeah, but the go again is honestly what this card is played for.
I could have sworn, and maybe I'm wrong. I feel like I saw. Oh no, the yellow card was the choke slam that I see there. The yellow artwork. I thought it was a Forge for War for a second. I was like, that's not terrible. Maybe that's why he's playing the Time Snap and the Null Rune gloves.
Absolutely.
Nah, I would have swapped the Time Snaps for the No Rune feet and then done Goliath Gauntlet for the gloves if I'm trying to use the Forge for War cheeky block multiple times thing. To be honest, though, with all the non-attacks they do in between to get the go-agains, like, Forge for War against Chain is pretty good, in my opinion.
Now it's just interesting. How does Matt follow up this play? I think he's wondering if I think he only has 1 card in hand, right? So, oh, and it's the Eclipse. So we won't see Eclipse for a while now.
He's just creating a rune chant with the Grasp.
Yeah, absolutely. And then what do you expect to see here? Just want to see the... Oh, just the Snatch. What a good card. So we're going to do 1 rune chant damage and 4 if it hits draw a card. Get another card in Arsenal. This is always a great thing to end your turn on, absolutely.
That's kind of funny, though. Like, he could have created a shackle and done some other stuff from his... oh, no, because... Ooh. Oh yeah, he took the rune chain damage, and then now he's using the unmovable
Yes.
to block the snatch.
And we're going to take 3 blood debts, so it's actually relatively close. I mean, 24 to 23.
Matt literally just saving up for what looks to be like a game-ending turn, hopefully, for himself. I almost wonder in these kind of scenarios if, like, of course, I think, like, knowing Chris's hand, there's no way he could have done this, but, like, when you see Chain trying to stack blood debts, like, that's the turn where you try and use the disruption effect, because then he
So
can't
Chris
do it.
is just going to pass here, and Matt's going to draw up, and then he shackles. And the only thing he hit off the new shackles was Unhallowed Rites.
Which is... Ooh, no, that means he's going to have to play the Seeping Shadows to play, like, half of his
Yeah, he
Banished
hasn't
right now.
played any non-attack actions yet. He did give the Ursa go again. I didn't see what card he banished. His hand's covering it
I think
up
it was
right now.
another Unhallowed Rites.
He needs a non-attack action. I mean, he does have one, like you said, in his banished, but that one costs 3.
Yep, there it goes.
There it is. All right, we finally cleared the Seeping Shadows. I think that thing did 3 damage on its own to him, at least 3.
Yeah, at least 3.
Matt banished a Flock, definitely an interesting included chain. So if you look at the list that topped in New Zealand, what's his name? Matt Rogers was actually on 6 Flock.
I was going to say Flock makes sense in Chain because you keep your full grip in hand most of the time, and you have ways like even Shadow Puppetry gives it go again, and then you make the Quicken Aura token to give the next thing go again. It honestly makes sense.
I think Flock is amazing in this deck. I think it's crazy.
I remember when it was a Warrior staple card back in the day.
Very much was a Warrior
Back in my day.
So we did get the Unhallowed Rites out because we gave the last attack +1 and go again.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to be able to put one of those non-attack actions back on the bottom of our deck. We're going to pick a Seeds. Pretty much always pick a Seeds there. Almost always. And we're swinging in. What is Chris going to do? He's pretty much, other than the defense reaction, he's kept the other 2 cards in his hand. Chris really having to think here. Not sure if he should just take it. Yeah, he was on Phlox. I really like that list, and I think if I was going to play Chain, I'd probably be on something similar at this point. I think Flock of the Featherwalkers people kind of forgot about. Kind of the cool thing about Eternal card game formats is that you just get to see text that a card that people kind of weren't really looking at, like Flock of the Featherwalkers, just comes out of nowhere and shows up in a tournament winning list that had like 80 something people in it, and suddenly Flock of the Featherwalkers is looking like an MVP card.
Chris did a pretty good job defending out that turn. It wasn't as big as what I thought it was going to be. Yeah, it looks like he's still Matt still has 1 card that's banished, the Riftbind. He's probably saving that for and into an E-Strike at least. But I'm pretty sure Matt's probably waiting for a bunch of seeds to go off before he plays the what's the word I'm looking for? The Riftbind there.
Yep. So we see the E-Strike come from his arsenal. He's gonna bottom the other card that was left in his hand. I'm assuming you pick 7 here, +2, just because there's nothing else left. The only other thing we're gonna see him husk it. I guess.
I mean, at this point, I think he's probably assuming that he's not going to give Chris a chance to build up enough hand for a crush attack. I mean, if you think
those were good banishes. I mean, you lost a Flock and you lost a Shadow Puppetry, but getting the Seeds in the Shadow of Ursa, and you kept your whole hand.
That's pretty good.
This turn should be really wild, and especially because Chris didn't pick draw a card or anything, so his arsenal is empty.
Actually, might not have been bad. Yeah, just draw a card.
Yeah, and he had another Shadow Puppetry in hand. Shadow Puppetry, if you guys don't know, I think is one of the craziest cards in the game. So we're eventually going to have cards pop up on screen for you guys, but so I'll just tell you what it does if you don't know. It's a Shadow card that says, give your next attack +1, go again, and if it hits, you can look at the top card of your deck and banish it. If you know anything about Chain, or even Leviathan for that matter, it's just a really good card. I mean, +1 and go again on anything. Even though it's a shadow card, it doesn't actually need to target a shadow card. Well, it doesn't target at all, but it doesn't need to be applied to a shadow card. It's just your next attack is +1 and go again.
Oh, he tried defending with a defense reaction against the Command and Conquer. Oh, yep. Command and Conquer Shadow Puppetry is gross.
He's going to take 4 there. He looks at the top card of his deck. He says, no, we're going to leave that one. Doesn't banish for anything. Probably not a blood debt card. Yep, so he was trying to defend with defense reaction there, and as we know, Command and Conquer does not let you do that. It says no defense reactions can be played, so
I mean,
see this first chain
I
link.
guess at the very least he didn't have an arsenal to worry about this time, so that probably worked in our favor. then.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where like Command and Conquer feels like way less impactful. It feels just super less impactful when you don't have an arsenal.
It's still impactful against stall decks though, because if they have a bunch of defense reactions, then at least if you make them defend with the other cards to not take damage, then they only go into their turn with defense reactions. Now, with Guardian, that's not a big deal if it's a blue pitch at the very least, because then he can swing with Hammer. But ooh, I see a Crush the Weak in his hand. So I don't know if he's going to be able to. You know, if he can irk it out now that the husk is gone and try and force Matt to defend against that or even take that, then that might be good for Chris. The only problem with Crush the Weak is that its base power at most is 7, and that only requires a defense. Well, Chain doesn't play any defense reactions, but all it would normally require, quote unquote, is a 4 defense to go ahead and stop the Crush effect.
We are going to use the Mavrian Skies on the Shadow Averser, so we're not giving it go again with its own effect, just with the Mavrian Skies.
He may not have had a target in his hand to really use for it.
I do agree. So yeah, so he's played at this point 1, 2, 3 non-attack actions. So that Riftbind is going to have +3 on it.
Mm-hmm.
So he takes the Shadow Averser. Gonna create a rune chant. Yeah, thanks to the Mavrian Skies. That's what I was saying about the Mavrian Skies. Just so strong. If you let it hit, just creates a rune chant. It's worth another point of damage.
Yep, especially just in blue. Blue and yellow for the pitch value at the very least.
Make a shackle. Gonna swing the weapon.
Nebula Blade? I
Yeah,
guess that makes
coming
sense.
for 4.
Ooh, perfect block.
Oh no, it must be the yellow one. Oh, he took the rune chant.
Yeah, rune
Yeah,
chant
he took the
damage.
rune chant. I was like, whoa, it must be yellow. But yeah, he took the rune chant.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're just gonna Riftbind. And this Riftbind should be coming in for
1, 2, 3.
And if that's
3
a red
plus
one, should be
whatever it is.
7.
Yep. So
Or I'm sorry, 6.
6. Yeah. So he perfect blocks it. I think Chris is getting to the point where he's just waiting for Matt to fatigue out or have a really bad banish turn.
I don't know if Matt has like
I think I saw 2 showtimes and a crippling crush just going to Chris's
those
hand.
are not strong shackles off of 5 shackles. I think he only hit 1 card, and one of the cards he banished was the Tome, Gargonian
Oh
Tome.
my good. This might be the turn where Chris might have a chance to, like, during his next turn, do like a dominated crippling crush to maybe make it so Matt can't do what he needs for his next turn.
One thing that hasn't happened is Matt hasn't actually played any of those Flock of the Featherwalkers. They are kind of awkward sometimes. I mean, you have to play the card, pay for it, then you also have to reveal 1 in your hand. So, and they don't have go again on their own.
Yeah, so you'd need to have like Shadow Puppetry, and then the last card you have in hand would have to fill the requirement.
But something that's really crazy that you can do as like a big go wide turn is you can actually play the Flock of the Featherwalkers, reveal the card, whatever, and then you actually crack Snapdragon Scalers on the Flock of the Featherwalkers. Then you have the Quicken token. Your next attack has go again. And then you shackle the next thing, it has go again, and then you come in with a 4th attack. Granted, you don't have any other effects that give go again. So
yeah, but that's why I'm kind of confused or was kind of surprised when Matt cracked the Snapdragon so early. That's such a powerful late game tool.
they can be quite flockward. I love our audience. Thank you. Thank you for that.
So he plays his shackle. So unless he has a surprise, what's the word I'm looking for? A surprise Shadow Puppetry in hand or some other way to give his next attack go again. This is the whatever comes next is the last attack on the chain. And if it's Riftbind, it's only coming in for, I think that's a yellow. I think it's only coming in for 4. Yeah, 4. No, 3.
3. I believe red is 3. So
yep. So that's a weak turn.
Ooh,
like
he took the entire Nebula Blade, and he's just gonna Arsenal and pass.
I'm telling you right now, he's looking to come in with the Crippling Crush Dominate. Because he's got everything he needs for it.
I think he does.
He's got literally full blues and a Crippling Crush. So if he's going to do it, now's the time.
That was a really awkward turn for Matt, and I think if he had a Snapdragon Scalers there, I think that would have been really pivotal.
Yeah, you know what he's probably doing, actually? He might be... Oh, yep.
No. Oh, Spinal Crush.
Even better!
Dominated Spinal Crush. Now, well, if you guys don't know what this card does, if it crushes for 4 more damage, then Matt will not have go again in his next turn, which is quite insane. And so
That's even better than crippling. Let's go.
and so the biggest thing here is like using that husk on the E strike earlier. That's kind of where I was thinking. Like you want to save it for either like a spinal crush, a crippling crush, some one of the
Crush the weak. Yeah, that's what I was talking
one of those
about.
like really really powerful attacks, and not having it here. And he's actually ahead on life, so he doesn't. All he has as far as armor goes is just the one off his gloves, unless that is a. I'm not really sure how his tokens work. If that is two, then he doesn't. But I think he has one left on glove still.
Let's put it this way: the most he can do, unless he has an Art of War and an attack action in his arsenal, he literally can't block enough to stop the Spinal Crush. But even then, he'd be giving up an Art of War on his on the defensive.
Yeah, and I agree. Banishing Art of War is a not a feels good moment because again, like you said, you might just hit it off your shackles later on.
I see a Gorgonian Tome actually off his last banish, so.
Yeah, that was the last banish he had, which is not a feels good either.
Not the worst though, if you're gonna miss though. Like it's cool to have to at
It's
least
no
activate
shadow
stuff.
puppetry.
It's no shadow puppetry or Art of War at least.
Yeah, I think Matt's just looking and it's just, is there any way that I don't get crushed here? And I really don't think there is.
Nope.
And Chris set his turn up to where he has a token for next turn as well.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good for his next turn. Like every, yep. The most he can do is block 4, take 5.
Yeah.
Oh,
So he is
crushed.
under crush. He has no on hit or no go again. No card can gain go again. Every card loses go again. No go again next turn.
Oof, and here come
Oh,
4 hits.
no.
That's 4 damage plus the 2 in Arsenal. He has to play at least one of those to not
What's
take 2
crazy is if he
lethal
had Husk for this turn, like for the last turn, and he had kept his hand, this banish would be wild. Like this
Oh,
banish
it'd be game. This would absolutely.
if not
Shadow,
game, you strip his entire hand or whatever. Yeah, it would just be like the most insane amount of damage, and because it's not there, it's not there. Like you get one action basically.
and Matt
this
just
turn.
played Plunder Run. What is he doing?
Yeah, so that plunder run that's it. It should have go again, but of course it loses go again, and that would be it.
Yeah, Chris is reminding him too that that's it. That's the turn. That Plunder Run's it.
Yeah, and Matt's just gonna arsenal and pass. Takes 6 blood dead, I believe. Yeah. That is rough. That's kind of what Bravo can do here. It does.
And
Matt,
he has a pummel in hand.
Does Chris have another one?
He's got the Oh, he's a crippling crush too. Dude,
Now
I'm losing my shit here.
he needs to be able to banish. And I'm sorry, not banish. If you're Chris here, I think you really want to dominate more than anything. Depending on what the card he ends up playing.
He only had a red pummel. He couldn't. Dang.
So Matt just needs to survive here, and not like if he gets crushed, that's pretty bad. I'm not sure what his life is. I think it's 8.
Is that 8 to 8? Oh my goodness, that's actually more than I thought he had.
Yeah. So actually,
I thought he was down to 3.
This is pretty bad for Matt, to be honest, because if he blocks the 3 cards, and one of the cards in his hand is a Razor Reflex, so that only blocks for 2 anyway. But if one of the cards, like, if he doesn't keep a blue for next turn, I don't even know if he has enough to clear blood debt and not die. And Matt's just gonna scoop it up, takes the damage, and Chris will go to 3-0, I believe. Not too bad for a new player. We're gonna see if he wants to come in and get an interview. That was a pretty wild match. So we will be right back, guys. Thank you for watching and stick around. We'll have the interview, and then the 4th and final round, we'll try to find a win in. Be right back. All right, so we're here with Chris, who just won his third round. So what's your record now, Chris?
3-0.
3-0. So you are pretty much, I believe, you're guaranteed to go in the top four. How's that feeling?
It's good.
Good. That's awesome.
I think all the big names are up north, but I'll take it.
No, but how long have you been playing for?
Less than a month.
Less than a month. You're already topping an armor event. I mean, there's
Yeah.
14 players here and a lot of good players. So
Yeah, I played a lot of Magic back in the day.
yeah, so
And
that's
then-
fair.
And played a lot of online card games, so I don't feel like I was that out of it. But,
Yeah,
but it's
and,
been good.
And Matt's a pretty good player too. So
He's a very
yeah,
good player.
yeah.
I think he just misread Spinal Crush,
Spinal Crush, yeah.
and he didn't realize that it's any action card,
Mhm.
so he misplayed the Plunder Run. So when he flipped that Plunder Run over, I was like, I just won, right?
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
what?
Unfortunately,
So-
that is the wording on Spinal Crush that pretty much gets rid of go again
Yeah, completely.
on everything.
Which is what I said. I said, so no go again on your turn. And he was like, okay. And then he
Yeah.
flipped over that, and I was like, no.
Yeah, a lot of times I know some players they hear no go again, they think like on attacks or
Yeah.
something, but yeah,
it's on anything.
Go again on anything, absolutely. So when he flipped over when he flipped over Chain and you were playing Bravo, was there anything like what were you thinking going to that? Was there any cards
So-
you sided out? Or
Yeah,
anything?
yeah. So basically, I switched my Bravo around to be more aggressive.
Mhm.
And I'm trying to go as aggro as I can against Bravo
Yeah.
or against Chain at the beginning for the first 3 or 4 turns and just not block.
And then
Just
switch it up,
just
yeah.
switch it up. The problem was, and I was telling him, I literally drew the most defensive hands I could possibly have drawn
Yeah,
for the
we were
first
seeing
3
that.
turns.
All
I was just
defense
like,
reactions.
I was like, so my plan is to be aggressive. No, it's not. And I was like, this
Yeah.
is stupid. And luckily, my attack cards actually came when he had one bad banish
Mm-hmm.
at 5, and he banished one card and 4 were nothing. And I was
Mhm.
like, this is my opportunity. If he doesn't do anything,
Yeah,
I got it because I can absorb a little bit of damage. But that was it.
yeah.
I was looking at just losing up until that because it's so hard to turtle against Chain.
Oh yeah.
It's impossible because all the Chain players know what to
so
do.
wide and
Well, then they know what to do. They know to stack so that if you do turtle against them, they can get huge turns at the end.
yeah.
And it's almost impossible to beat them with Bravo doing that. So I was like, let me change it up and try to go aggro. And,
Yeah, no, you played it really well. What was the idea behind the time skippers there? Just out of curiosity.
So basically it's that I I have my Fendel, the tome.
Uh-huh.
I picked that up and forgot my mage boots.
Oh. Okay. So
So I was like, does anyone have mage boots? They're like, no. And I'm like, well, I guess I'm playing time skippers. It was, I mean, I could have put in my one just to take,
right.
just absorb 1 point of damage, but I was like, if at the beginning you get a turn where you can go, you pitch a blue, and then you play, pitch a blue, play a E-strike
Uh-huh.
with it. So blue for time skippers, E-strike for 7, and then pitch another blue and hit for 6 with your, so there's
Sure.
a couple turns where you can really put on a lot of damage at the beginning.
We were theory crafting up here, like, oh, maybe it's like to swing hammer and then crack the helm or something like
Which
that.
is
Yeah.
true. Also, you can do
Yeah.
that. I've done turns where I did like blessing, like blessing, crack 'em, blessing, helm, swing.
Yeah,
Some
that's
crazy,
good.
some
Yeah,
crazy
that's
turns
great.
like that. So that's it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations
Thank you.
on going 3-0. I believe, like I said, I think you're a shoo-in for top 4.
Yeah.
And so we'll be excited to see you in top 4. And there is still stuff to play for because in your 4th round, so if you win your next round, you should be 4-0, of course, 4-0. You'll be first seed most likely, and then that lets you pick who goes first through top 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the higher seed gets to pick who goes first in top.
Oh,
Yeah.
did not know that.
So yeah, definitely don't just throw the game like, oh, I made it anyway. Like, yeah, so definitely
that's
want
pretty
to
cool.
keep playing.
Is
So,
that for all constructed events?
all constructed? Actually, all just events in general. Constructed, draft, everything. So,
Nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, thank you.
All right. Well, good luck, dude.
Thank you very
so
much. Have a great one.
All right, and we'll be back with round number 4. We'll try to find a winning in for you guys, so we'll keep it interesting. And thanks for sticking around, and we'll see you in round number 4.
Alright, welcome back everybody. We're getting right into round 4 now. Looks like we got Kevin on his ninja again, and Chris on Guardian again. I think AJ picked out the top table to go on stream. It's been an exciting couple of matches we've had so far today. We need to start telling them to watch out for the glare, because that's in the exact same spot that Matt had it last round, but I'm sure it's fine. Don't worry about it. We have another classic Welcome to Wraith matchup here, and I will say, funny enough, considering how the last match ended basically with that Spinal Crush also insanely good against Ninja. In fact, when I was first starting to play and I was thinking about Guardian because of how much I disliked Katsu and Dorinthia getting go again attacks all the time, I was looking at Spinal Crush like it was the best dang card in the game. But I don't think it's as pivotal on Ninja, because Ninja can play a little more tempo without taking Blood Debt at least, so we'll see who, actually, you want to look at, these are basically the two kind of more tempo slash stally card archetypes in the game, so we get to see which one comes out on top. I think as most people have been saying, these are the two decks that also do best against Chain, which I guess is why they're here. There's probably a lot of Chain players more than any other character right now, although it is a local, so that might actually be wrong. But it's still, Chain is definitely prevalent, and these two classes do really well against them. Alright, we're getting started here. Who's going first? Let's see. I think it's Guardian, because Kevin at least hasn't put a counter on his tunic, unless he forgot. Hey, there we go. That's much better. I think AJ went over to give him or let him know to move it just a bit. Yeah, eventually we'll bring in some lighting that helps soften these, well, glares in the future, but for now, this will do just fine, at least. Hmm? Donate to the stream so we can buy better lighting. Oh yeah, no weapons for Katsu. Very bold, very daring. I'm sure he'll catch on in a second.
He goes to swing with them.
He just throws Katsu at Bravo. That's one way to do it. Still hasn't noticed. He at least noticed the tunic counter, so we'll see how long it takes him before he's like, oh, there it is. I don't know, I thought we were entering some new meta where Katsu somehow gets better when you don't have to worry about Kadachi swings. To be fair, you'd remove the temptation and you save resources for better cards in your hand, obviously. Disgusting. I see that Chris is opting in for the Mage Master boots this time instead of the Time Skippers. I think that's way better in every scenario. I wasn't here for the interview. Did you ask Chris why he had Time Skippers?
I did, he forgot Mage Master boots.
Wait, so is this Chris? I thought it was Chris again.
Yeah, Kodachis are bad. 1 for 1. Dawnblade swings 1 for 3, dude. Kodachi's just a worse Dawnblade.
Alright, Fate for Seam coming out on the leg tap. Honestly, like, the best card against leg tap. Just hitting over that 4 and making sure he doesn't get the free card in hand. Oh, but then he just comes in with the Rising Knee Thrust anyway. And if that hits, and that's a 0-cost card in his hand, he can get the Hurricane Technique. Yeah, does he do it? Nope, he's just going to swing with the other Kodachi and Arsenal whatever he's got there. Not terrible, honestly, because you don't necessarily need to go hard in the early game, as long as you're getting a bit of damage out. But it is very rare for you to have 2 of the combo pieces like that in hand sometimes with Katsu. Especially when you're running at least 2 lines, usually the Lord of Wind line and the leg tap line. Alright, we start by creating another token here. I wonder what card or what crush card. Nope, no crush card this turn, just good old hammer swing. Honestly, out of all the weapons in the game that hits as not the primary source of damage for a deck, Hammer and Kadachi are Anathos and Kadachi are probably the two best in the game. Warrior's obviously using theirs as a primary source of damage, so that's a little different. But I mean, the only other class that gets as much use out of them comparatively are Ranger, because it's more of a like utility effect, and Wizard, which uses it as a consistent damage buff for all their spells. Other than that, it's even like Nebula Blade on Chain, or actually, hang on a second. Luminaris on Prism would probably be considered like up there with them for their overall strategy. I don't know, man. It feels good to swing for 6 on a weapon, though. For like no effort. You got the good old Kadach combo. I see that he has an E-Strike in hand, so Kevin's probably just going to Kadach, and E-Strike for 7 if I'm going to guess. Oh, or E-Strike for 5 and go again? Probably.
Oh, hey, Bayo, thanks for the 200 bits, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's awesome. Thank you
Better
so
lighting,
much.
you say. I just noticed that. Don't worry about me, guys. I'm just focused on the game. Alright, there we go. Slight correction there. This is not Chris, this is Jamie playing Bravo now. But yeah, I think that's go again, because he still has a resource float, 2 resources floating, and he's still got like a card in arsenal. I wonder if he's trying to bait Jamie into like giving cards before he like command and conquers or something. Oh no, it was 7, and now he's giving it go again with the Snapdragons.
That's a really early turn to use Snapdragon Scalers on.
But it is the command and conquer. I knew it.
Yeah, so he's really like gunning for that. He's like, give me that arsenal. I don't want you to have it. No full hands. But yeah, Bayo, thank you again. I think that's one of our first bit donations. So thank you so much for that. So, yeah, awesome.
I will say this is a weird time to command and conquer still, because like Jamie's got 4 cards in hand. Like, I'm sure he wanted to do something this turn with whatever the arsenal is, but like, it doesn't. Oh, he's sigilling
the sigil bait.
the bait.
Wow, that's always like that was such a staple play in the skirmish meta, and like in Blitz, you would always like see it a lot where you arsenal the sigil, and then bait out the command and conquer, and then just sigil out from arsenal,
or bait out the reckless swing.
Yeah.
But,
so this is a disable coming in. I saw it right before the glare hit it, and again, yes, that donation will probably go straight to lighting eventually. So the things we're working on, just so you guys know. And by the way, this is a win and in. Whoever wins this game, this is table 3, so whoever wins this is kind of a playoff before the playoff. But just so you know, we have a few targets that we're trying to hit, so we are trying to get better lighting, so that there's no glare. The glare is the first thing we want to fix. We have a few solutions we'd like to try. The second thing is a better camera. So right now we're using my phone with an app on it that makes it a webcam. We'd like to get like a dedicated camera so that cards show up better on screen. And then we'd like to get a mount to mount it overhead, so it's straight up and down.
Well, now we see why he was so intent. Sorry, real quick.
Yeah.
Now we see why he was so intent on keeping that 4-card hand. He just pummeled whatever attack is there. I can't.
It's disable.
Oh, it is disabled? Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, well, I can't see with the glare.
And so, yeah, we want to get that overhead camera for you guys, so it's as clean as possible. And then the last thing, which is not a money thing, it's a time thing, is I want to get the stream to where the cards will show up on screen as we call them out. So we'll probably need a tech for that, like someone who's like running the computer instead of just us. And we do see that he does have the flick flack, so he's going to block for 7 here.
Still lose the card,
Yeah.
though. I think that's a pretty good turn for, especially since that was just a disable. It's like, Jamie doesn't really care about the on-hit effect, obviously, because there was nothing in Arsenal at the time, but, I mean, if he's still irking out some damage and getting rid of cards from Ninja's deck, that's pretty good. Oh, and now Ninja just passes, and he drew into a Crippling Crush.
Yeah, if he can bait out this Crippling Crush, but we do see Kevin does have, or not bait out Crippling Crush, if he can bait out the defense reactions, but like he has to dominate, which he's going to.
I can tell you right now, the card in his arsenal is Plunder Run. So this is coming in for the 11, and he's going to either lose some equipment or lose a bunch of cards.
11 with Dominate. So the most he can block is the 4 with one of the defense reactions, and then if he wants to give up his equipment, he can block 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can go down to 8, but you lose your mask and your tunic.
Yeah.
Or you can go down to make it only come down to 3.
I think this is the right move at the very least. Like, you want to, unless you wanted to Sync Blow and save one of the cards in hand for later. That's the only other thing I could think of. But then you'd be risking whatever else comes off the top.
Yeah, we do see the Crippling Crush is going to connect. He's going to lose a defense reaction and a Surging Strike. Surging Strike, definitely not something you want to see go away. I mean, I've played Ninja before, and to me, like I've said before, that my amount of fun playing Ninja is directly correlated to how many Surging Strikes I get to play. So seeing one get kind of ripped from your hand is not, it feels good.
The Lord of Wind line in the current Ninja art and current Ninja, what's the word I'm looking for? Card pool is definitely the best one. Like Lord of Wind, the absurd plays you can do with just that combo line alone, it just feels so good. And it's just awesome looking with the Lord of Wind card itself.
This this Ninja list is very defense reaction heavy. I mean, I've seen like 1 or 2 defense reactions in every single hand of his.
Yeah, he's definitely playing it out. Although he does... No, that's a Pounding Gale. It's Whelming Gust Wave and Pounding Gale plus a defense reaction in his hand, I think. So he's got like 2 part... Oh! And then comes the Spinal Crush with Dominate too.
Ugh. Spinal Crush with Dominate, I mean, we saw in the last game, Guardian is just so strong here. Spinal Crush is gonna... If it crushes, which... I mean, it probably will because we're in the same scenario as last time. I mean, no Go Again is just so strong against these Go Wide decks. I mean, for obvious reasons, right? Like, I don't have to really explain that if you can't swing again in a Go Wide deck, that's a bad thing, right? And so this is gonna probably crush, because Spinal Crush is 9, right? So
yeah, so the most he can defend is 4, unless he also defended with like his Mask or something.
Yeah,
which
I don't know if you do that here. You take
a little
the 5,
early for it.
Go to 20. Now, remember, you have 1 action. Don't play the Plunder Run. Don't play it.
Please. Honestly, if I were Kevin in this scenario, I might just play the Pounding Gale. I feel like Pounding Gale, for its value...
Actually, like, low-key, wouldn't even, like, be that upset playing the Plunder Run, getting it out of my arsenal, and then putting that defense reaction in it. That way, if this happens again next turn, I have a defense for it. Meanwhile,
yeah, because the Guardian is gonna, as long as he keeps drawing the gas cards, like he's just gonna keep putting it on. But eventually, unfortunately, Crippling Crush, Spinal Crush, and a few of his other Crush cards are limited to Majestic, so you only get 3 of each of them in the deck. So, what is that? Towering Titan? That Towering Titan, he's like putting up to the front of his hand. Oh god,
I'm not sure. He did decide to keep all his cards in hand just by blocking with the chess piece.
Oh, that's a Remembrance in
we
his
do
hand.
see a Remembrance, so even if you had a Towering Titan, it would not be coming into play here.
Nope. Big sad.
There was a lot of Bravo coming here today. I think we have 14 players, and I think we have between 6 and 8 Bravos.
Yeah, Bravo's just strong. Alright, so making a Seismic Surge. That is a Spinal Crush in hand. I see it.
Are we going to do it again?
He's gonna do it to him.
Oh my goodness, they're gonna dominate another Spinal Crush. And this was what I was saying. If you had cleared out that arsenal, put the defense reaction in it, you'd actually have something to do against this Spinal Crush. Instead of just making Jamie take 2 damage. I mean, that's what I would have done personally, like just to get it cleared out and just you have the defense reaction. You've seen that he's going ham on you every single turn with these really detrimental crush effects. And you have to find a way to claw out of it. Like, if he can just keep doing this every turn, obviously he's not gonna be able to Spinal Crush every turn, but like between Crippling and Spinal and maybe even some other cards like Crush the Weak, something like that, like that shuts down a lot of Ninja too. So
absolutely, like this Whelming Gust Wave he wouldn't be able to play.
Right. And this is just a Whelming Gust Wave for 2. 3.
Yeah, that's a red. Oh my goodness. Every 3 turns in a row, back-to-back dominated crush effects. The good ones, too.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. So, and Jamie still has that Seismic Surge token for next turn.
And he decided to take whatever damage came out. He took the 3 damage, so you know he's probably got something else, I guess.
Yeah, and like I said, what's this Plunder Run really doing for you at this point?
Making me sad. Probably. Watch Kevin make some sort of insane comeback with like a full Lord of Wind combo with a Plunder Run
I mean, if there's a class that can do it, it's certainly Ninja or Chain, right? So Ninja can definitely do that to you, but... I mean, and yeah, if Jamie just doesn't have gas here, if he just swings Hammer, yeah, I mean, it's just not where it's at.
Oh, just hammer. I would have blocked something from last turn then, unless those 2 cards in hand he has to keep for a certain play.
Or it's like a pummel and another card you want to arsenal.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So
Yeah.
unless those are specific cards he's saving for a future turn, I would have blocked at least a little because you don't want Ninja to get in like free damage when it can, even if it's only like 1 attack for the turn.
And then if you're on Kevin's side, do you just take this? Do you like? Are you kind of like eyeing this up and being like, maybe I just go to 9 if he doesn't have the pummel?
You know what's funny is that even though he hit with the Whelming Gust Wave, he could have still activated Katsu's effect to at least like shift something around in his hand if he felt like he wanted to. That might have been
I
interesting.
mean,
for
at
the
that point,
following
it's
turn.
just well, no, because once the card's banished, you don't use it; it's gone forever.
Oh, that's right. It banishes. I keep thinking it goes to hand, man. No, it's banished first. I literally talked about this earlier when we were talking about Herald of Judgment. Oh, here comes the pummel. Oh, so he just wants to slap for damage, which is not terrible, actually.
Yep.
Dude, pummel on Anathos is so gross. It's just like, oh, now I have more cards in my or in my pitch zone, so now Anathos gets the additional 2 as well.
Yeah, it's really wild to come out of nowhere with go from Anathos for 4 to Anathos for 10.
Jamie must be saving something spicy in that arsenal because he didn't block, like I said, the Whelming Gust Wave when he could have blocked at least a little bit, keep the life totals even more different. All it takes is one good like crippling crush to basically end the game here,
Yeah, I would
or
agree.
a good pummel play.
I would agree. So we're gonna see the Kodachi for 1. I assume Jamie just takes this. You almost always take the first one, and then a leg tap. This could be the start of a crazy turn if Kevin just has it.
Yeah, and in terms of equipment, Jamie only has 1 more block on 2 of his equipment, so if he has like a 2 block in his hand that he doesn't care about for next turn, he could at least block. Oh no, Fate Foreseen. There we go.
Fate Foreseen.
Like I was saying earlier, literally the best case scenario against leg tap is just having one of those red defense reactions to make sure it even blocks it, stops the
Yeah,
combo.
you don't have to give up another card or another resource. So we're just gonna play Plunder Run into a Torn of Tempo.
Yeah. And he blocks it out.
And he paid the extra, I believe.
Yeah, he pitched 2 cards for it, so he definitely paid the extra there.
Yeah, so he's saying you are not getting a free card off me and you're not getting Go Again.
That's pretty good. What's funny is that, like, I guess it's because he had 0 cards in his hand afterwards. Like, I would have Plunder Run the leg tap maybe, but again, if you didn't have any cards to discard for Katsu's ability, oh no, he could have done it in sequence and be like,
Yeah.
activate Plunder Run, activate Katsu, so that way you can draw the card, look at it, and then decide if you want to discard it, or even if you can.
Yeah, it's just really interesting he didn't start the turn with Plunder Run there.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of threatened more for the entire time. The leg tap would have been for 7.
This is his 3rd leg tap, so this is his last red leg tap.
Yep. So leg tap's such a good card. 4 damage for 1 with Go Again.
Honestly, this is worth the block with equipment. Like I said, stopping a combo early as possible and making it so that he has to like reveal more cards from his hand. Oh, he even used the Tunic counter, so he's 3 cards left in his hand still. And I see one of them is a Rising Leg Thrust. Knee Thrust.
Knee Thrust. Yep, so we're just going to go straight into Rising Knee Thrust. We did not activate Katsu on the leg tap.
He has Hurricane Technique in his hand, I think. No, that was...
No, it's just Torn of Tempo.
I guess that's still fine.
Yeah, I mean, if you go full damage here and Katsu just takes it, then he's still able to hit you with the like dominated Crippling Crush.
Yeah.
It's obviously not a good thing.
It really just depends on what Jamie's got. Like, we need to see what he's got for the next turn, basically.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you just take this here.
He's blocking out 3, take 2.
Oh, we were going to activate Katsu, but he cannot, and Jamie just caught it. I was going to run out there, but Jamie caught it.
Woo!
Yeah, it's going to activate as soon as the leg tap hit, so...
Yeah, he gets Torn of Tempo at least, so that's not a terrible way to end. It's basically the same thing. Like, leg tap, the only difference is that Torn of Tempo isn't going back to his hand, so it's just kind of even still.
I have definitely done that on Katsu before, where you just, in your head, it almost seems like the leg tap got blocked anyway, because you go like, oh, well, if the leg tap gets blocked, then I'll do it on the Rising Knee Thrust, and then
Everyone usually does.
That's the last thing in your head, and so you just forget to do it off leg tap sometimes, which I've definitely got better at it. So to not do that, you got to really remember that it's the first time it
Ooh,
hits
it's
there.
Sink Below coming out. He's still gonna take the 1, but like,
One go again and trigger mask.
yeah, because he hit. So this does go off. The mask does go off, and now he has go again. Technically, if that's a blue pitch, he could
Nope,
swing
just gonna
Kadachi's.
arsenal it.
Oh, that's still fine. Hey, Arsenal is momentum for the next turn, you know. Or maybe a defense reaction against whatever's about to come.
Yeah, arsenaling the sink there probably is a good play. But unless he got happen to draw into another
This is gonna be
defense reaction.
It's gonna be another pummel.
We're just gonna make another seismic surge token and swing Anathos. We are threatening pummel here with the 2 floating resources.
Dude, the mind games when you just put the resources there, even when you know you don't have it, it's like it can be enough to make them either overcommit or, oh wow, 2 fine centers
He's gonna
coming
block
down.
2 fine centers, and Jamie just says, "All right, that's fine for me," and we're gonna move on.
Yeah, if that is a pummel, I would save it for a future turn then. Any good crush effect like crush the weak, crippling, or spinal again to close out the game with a pummel on top.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yep. So we did swing a Kadachi and go straight into a command and conquer. How much does Jamie value this card that's in his arsenal? That's the real question. I mean, you also have to value your life at this point. 12 is pretty low, and if you can take this entire thing, Katsu can kind of get you really low at a certain point where you have to worry about Kadachi lock.
absolutely. Now, let's put it this way. If those are 3 blues in hand and a crippling crush, nah, he wouldn't have enough for the dominate, I don't think. And the resource, nah. He'd be 1 short. Oh, but maybe a spinal crush at the very least. I just really want to know what Jamie has in his hand, because he obviously values enough to give some thought to the arsenal card. And I know he has at least 2 cards that block for 3. So, yep, here they come. Oh, okay, so he has a card that blocks for 3, a pummel, and then the Crater Fist going away, doing its job, blocking that 1 extra damage. It's funny. Crater Fist is known more for its armor than it is for its actual, like, use. Oh, and he did have a Crippling Crush. Man, I feel like that could have been a good game closer, but I guess Jamie's playing it, or taking the safe route, making sure he doesn't take too much damage in case Ninja had, well, anything to block with it from the arsenal. Kevin does play unmovables, at least in my past experience with him. In fact, I think he has one in hand right now, so there is a very real possibility he could have just had an immovable there in the arsenal. I wonder if Jamie is waiting for Command and Conquer to come up so he can try and get rid of that arsenal. That might not be a terrible play. That might even be what's in his arsenal right now. He's waiting for the pummel Command and Conquer combo. Which is honestly nasty. There's another Command and Conquer. Honestly, this isn't terrible for Jamie again, except for the fact that I saw him draw at least 2 defense reactions. So, he's got to block with the other 2. I know one of them was a Showtime that he just drew, so he has to block with the Showtime and whatever other card is in his hand, hopefully. But, you know, not terrible on Katsu, blocking out to wait for the Tunic counters to go back up so he can make some, make a real play on his turn. Man, Jamie is really weighing his options with this Arsenal card. He must really like it, or is still wondering whether it's worth what he has in his hand. I feel like I know what may be going through Jamie's mind since he sees the Showtime. He may be trying to do a Showtime like turn, crack the Mage Masters, create a token. Nope, he just blocks with it. And that was not a Showtime, my mistake, guys. That was a Disable and Debilitate in his hand. He's got 2 Staunch Responses in hand, which really sucks for Jamie on back-to-back Command and Conquer turns. Oh, he is doing it.
What are we doing?
Oh, Toma Findel. That's what's been in his arsenal the entire time. So he draws 2, gain 3. And he's still got a resource left at the very least.
That's huge.
That's funny. I don't see too many Bravos doing that regularly these days.
That's the old school play. That's the Mage Master Toma Findo. That's so That used to be the thing. It used to be all the time back in Bravo, old Bravo days. And we're just gonna swing the hammer. I'm assuming for 6 at this point. So
Here's the cool thing is that even though he didn't get to use all the cards that he drew, he kind of gets to cycle his hand for whatever he's about to do next turn, and probably arsenal with whatever card he has there. He didn't make a token, though. Maybe he just didn't have the resources to. It kind of sucks if he didn't.
AJ, you're fired by Justin Reynolds.
AJ's been summoned. Don't worry, I'll take over for now. So Kevin blocking out with 2 cards. He still takes 1 damage because another red Surging Strike down. Actually, that's pretty. It feels bad, man. Exude Confidence. That's interesting. It's interesting against Bravo because usually they'll have a card that shuts it down, but maybe Kevin's just looking to get a cheeky 6 damage in. It's really not that powerful a turn. I almost feel like Kodachi hits are even more powerful, depending on whether or not he chooses to block. Nope, he doesn't even pump it, so this is Exude Confidence for 4, so he can keep the other card in hand. I did see that he drew an unmovable, so whatever Jamie has this turn, if he's been saving something for big play, either now's the time to do it, or he's about to, what's he doing? Either now's the time to do it, and and just pray that Kevin didn't have it, or Kevin's going to get a lot of use out of this immovable now with the Spinal Crush. Okay. Oh, no, he had an immovable in Arsenal. I didn't even see that. Well, best case scenario for Kevin, he still takes a hit of damage, but no crush effect this time, so... And he's got an immovable in hand that he can Arsenal immediately as well, so this is actually great tempo swing for Kevin. Because if that is an E-Strike in his hand, he can E-Strike for 7, and then just put the immovable... Yep, that's an E-Strike. E-Strike for 7, immovable in Arsenal, good turn.
wow, this game has gone like really intense, honestly. Like it's just really back and forth from what looked like a runaway kind of at the beginning with Jamie's kind of like back-to-back spinals.
Back-to-back spinal, cranial, and crippling. Just as a side note, not a lot of people play Cranial Crush. It's mostly just used for its blue pitch and its cost to turn on Anathos, but like...
That's one where you can't draw cards, right?
Yeah, I guess a lot of decks don't even do that anyway, so... Ooh, an immovable of his own. Alright, well. Not a terrible turn for Jamie there either, although I would have just taken the extra 1. That extra armor could have been used to stop like an extra Command and Conquer Crush or something, or
I'm totally on board with that.
or something.
Yeah, I'm totally on board with that. You definitely save that armor. Armor defense is like worth a lot. It's worth way more than a card, right? So
yes, or way more than just the 1 health miss scenario. Because like,
or it keeps the card in your hand is what I was trying to say. Like if you're trying to stop like an on-hit effect or something.
I feel like Jamie's just gonna go for a token hammer swing and then Arsenal, whatever's left in his hand. Here comes the token. Here comes the hammer swing with the Cranial Crush.
Yep, and we're threatening the pummel every time. And actually, we're really threatening the pummel now because, I mean, if he pummels this to 10, Jamie just wins. So, I mean, I don't know what's in Kevin's hand. I think
Kevin has an immovable in Arsenal, so that's not going to happen. He gives up the mask, though.
Does give up the mask.
I saw a sink below in Jamie's Arsenal, so that's just some extra defense, which is not bad against a Ninja. Even though Ninjas play more defensively on their own even, it's like, you know, stopping, like we said before, leg taps or combo starters is always nice. I feel like Jamie's just waiting to get into his Remembrance so he can shuffle back in those power cards for, like, a final turn.
All right, so we're just going to keep swinging Kodachi's here. That Kodachi poke is always very strong.
I feel like it's stronger than, like, most of what Kevin should do. Like, Kevin's done these past few turns to put on pressure. Because, like, there's no way... Ooh!
Yep, and there's the Surging Strike. Surging Strike is just such a strong card. 5 with Go Again on it. It does cost 2 though, but it is the precursor to a lot of what Ninja does. I mean, going into Whelming Gustwave, which I think when Whelming Gustwave has combo, it's one of the best cards in the game. 4 Go Again, and if it hits draw card.
But the funny thing is he discarded Mugenshi Release. Like, or he defended with Mugenshi Release, which was already in his hand last turn. Unless he has another one, and no, he doesn't.
No, we're just going to go in with another Kodachi.
I mean, I guess he predicted he wasn't going to hit, so defending with the Mugenshi was probably better.
Kevin's probably on the strat of just, trying to stay alive until he can get Jamie under Kodachi lock.
Not a terrible strategy, to be
No,
honest.
of course. So we're just going to pitch a Stamp Authority, swing Anathos for 4. Again, this is kind of threatening. Like, if you're Kevin, you have to be thinking this at any point can turn into 10 damage from 4. And hey, if you guys are joining us on this Sunday, thank you so much. This is round 4 of our local armory event. This is Classic Constructed. After this round, we'll be cutting to a top 4. There were 14 players today. We are missing some of our locals to some out-of-state road to nets. And if you decided to spend your Sunday here with us, we just thank you so much for it. All right, and so the hammer is going to connect 4-1 after blocking with the Hurricane technique.
You know what's funny? We did see that Jamie played a Sigil of Solace earlier from his arsenal when he was about to get Command and Conquered. Like those Sigil of Solaces, if he plays more, should be coming into the picture now.
Yep, and here we go. We're gonna start really getting in dangerous territory for Kodachis. We have a blue Soul Beach Strike with if it hits 2 and Go Again. But I will say this: Kevin does not have his mask anymore, so while it will give Go Again, the on hit for drawing is not there. So like it's just not as threatening as it once was. But we're still gonna just make sure it doesn't hit. We're gonna swing the sink below. We're gonna throw the sink below at it. Blocking 4. See if Jamie chooses to sink a card. I think he did not there. So yeah, Kevin's turn will be over there. And I think Kevin might have cycled his deck at this point. We're
Yeah.
very close to it.
Ooh, he's got a Razor in hand. Razor is always a cheeky way to kind of close out the game. Now, like I said, if Jamie's got Sigils coming up, then he's probably going to arsenal one of them. Yep, that's a Sigil in hand. There it is. So I would take a guess and say he's probably going to arsenal it to try and bait out some of Kevin's plays.
Oh, and we're just swinging another 4. Just weapon swings back and forth on either player's side.
At this point, they're both probably too, what's the word I'm looking for? Cautious to try and go for any big plays because the other, like I was saying at the beginning of the game, these guys are known as chain counters just because of how well they can survive drawn out fights. And this is only going to prove more true until like either one of them gets a bad enough hand to where they can't even defend. Oh, Sigil.
Yep, and he's just going to Sigil on top of this.
Wonder what his other card is then if he's not going to wait to bait that out.
Probably just going to Arsenal it. It's just another card. Like, you get to draw more cards at this point.
It's Fate Foreseen. I saw that big green orb. Ravenous Rabble.
Ravenous Rabble
Oh,
revealing a
2.
blue Fluster Fist.
2 with Go Again.
Now, here's the thing. Even though it's 2, that actually may be even kind of a blessing in disguise. And you just might, and he just takes 2 is kind of where I was going at. Oh, and then we have the Exude Confidence. You don't see this a lot. If you guys don't know what this does, you can pitch 3 as an instant at any time to buff it by 2 damage. And if it's ever not defended by an attack that has more attack than itself, then you can't play instants or defense reactions your opponent can't play instants or defense reactions for the rest of the chain link.
I was going to say, a very curious decision to block with the the helmet on the Exude Confidence when he's at a higher life total. But he still blocks most of it, and he does do the blocks with a higher attack card.
He might have done what I do sometimes, which is you read the 6 as a 9 because it's facing you as a 9.
Yeah, that's what I was guessing. That's probably why Kevin was a good sport and let him put the helmet away for a second, because that's it happens to all of us.
All right, so we're going to pitch the last-ditch effort. Make a token. 2 floating. Let me see the hammer swing every time. 4 threatening pummel. I do see an unmovable in Kevin's hand.
He has an
Uh,
immovable in Arsenal too, so like,
I wonder if you say you don't want to say no blocks here in case they don't pummel it.
yeah.
Oh, but this is last ditch effort, and this is already threatening lethal. It's
Mhm.
last ditch effort, and the showtime do trigger the 6 damage on Anathos. Yeah, we're just gonna straight to immovable from Arsenal. Leave that defense for 8 here,
You know what this could be doing? This could be.
and it just sigils again. All the healing.
I still feel like it'd be better to bait it out, but like he must be like whatever's in his arsenal right now, to where he doesn't want to. What's the word I'm looking for? Remove it and just cycle cards from his hand at this point.
Who does chat think? What does chat think? Who's gonna win this game? I'm really curious. Like I don't know. I think it's every time I think Jamie's got it in hand, he just like keeps going back to like even, and then like and then like Kevin will claw it back to normal or like not normal but even, and then Jamie will like heal like 3 more times.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, I don't.
Yep, there's the red whelming gust wave, which just does not feel good on its own.
I was gonna say I disagree with that decision. I feel like. Oh no, because he would only be able to swing with. I think even swinging with one Kadachi would have been better than that, because now he gets a pretty good use out of his Fate Foreseen.
He is threatening to use the tunic and give it like a razor reflex, but that just wouldn't be very good. But
No, not especially when it's not even close to lethal. And when Bravo, he knows that Bravo has a ton of defense reactions.
oh, Bravo. We're gonna activate his ability. Next attack has dominate. Pitch the last ditch effort, and we are swinging a disable.
Disable, yep. Now, funny enough, this is what Kevin's been waiting for. He's
He's
kept
got the
immovable. Well, funny enough, this is different immovable. He cycled an immovable, so now I think, you know what? I still think this is
Is
better
that
for
an
Jamie.
E-strike in Kevin's hand though? That's actually pretty good.
Ooh,
You'll
yeah,
be
that
able
is.
to Kadachi E-strike.
It's a Ravenous Rabble, too. He could just Ravenous Rabble in the E-Strike.
Looks like we're just gonna E-strike here.
Really? No, it's not like it's terrible, but like, I was expecting a pitch. Oh, you know what? Maybe he just didn't have an efficient pitch, and he's saving the other card for
That
later.
makes a lot of sense. I mean, he's used a couple of them. He's used the Soul Beat strikes a couple times.
He's also defended with a lot of them. Like that turn, he defended with 2 of the Zen State, or not Zen States, Fine Center.
Yeah, he did use. Oh, that's very true. He used 2 fine centers as well.
I still think this is kind of working in Jamie's favor though, because like the 2 unmovables being gone. Oh, it is a Razor. Oh,
And a razor. So this is gonna bump that up to 10 minus 4 is 6.
what did he defend with? What is
It's a
that?
Sync Below.
Okay, yeah, I see it now. I'll be surprised if Jamie doesn't have another defense reaction. He's got to have a staunch recycled back into his hand at this point, because he did pitch a lot of staunches early.
Nothing changes here, then Jamie will take 6 damage.
Mm-hmm. That's not good. Yep, there it is, staunch.
Yeah, and we're saying nope, no damage.
Ooh, that's again. I think that's.
Oh, he took 1.
Yeah, it took 1. It was 5 and 4, so 9 to 10. But I think that's pretty good for Jamie. He's either he's just got that's a stamp authority, so yeah,
Yep.
he's happy to pitch it for hammer swing.
Yep, just keep threatening the hammer every time.
So those are really strong cards for both defense and offense that are now no longer in Kevin's deck. Whereas Jamie, I feel like burned mediocre cards by comparison.
This is just a slog.
It is.
It's a defensive slog. No player wants to be the one to be the aggressor and then have it fail.
Yeah.
I mean, both players have efficient weapons where, like, Anathos will always come in for 4. Either command 2 cards or take a point of damage at least.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Jamie will exhaust Kevin. I mean, I definitely think Kevin's deck is on the smaller side compared to Jamie, so that's very possible.
It definitely looks like that, because especially during those turns where he wanted to defend those on-hit effects, like, he threw down a card instead of just hitting with a Kadachi or something, which is like a minus from Ninja if it doesn't hit. Yeah, there's I can just see it from here. Yeah, the Ninja's deck is definitely thinner than Jamie's. Yeah, you take the 1 still.
Yeah, I mean, we're not threatening Mask. The only thing that matters at this point is just life totals.
I'm kind of surprised. I haven't seen him play. I know he pitched it earlier, but I haven't seen him play a Blessing of Deliverance yet.
Oh, and then we see the Fluster Fist come out.
It's coming in for 2. Honestly, still a card you want to kind of defend, unless Jamie suddenly thinks he's got... No, there you go. Oh, there's the Blessing. I was going to say, unless Jamie suddenly thinks he's got the turn to end it. I don't think he does, though.
Oh, and he kept the last card in his hand. It was a Lord of Wind, so he's probably not looking to pitch that.
Play that.
Yeah. No, Arsenal is what I really meant.
Well, yeah, it's,
Yeah.
because that would force him to play it. But yeah, he's looking to pitch it. So, oh, there's the first Blessing he's played this game. Pretty good, considering depending on what color it is, which we can't see from here. It could heal at least 1 to 3 damage. And the hammer for 6.
Yep, and we did make a token.
Oh, Jamie's got a card in hand, and I bet he's cooking up something. He's cooking up something. Honestly, though, we did see that he had at least 1 Remembrance that hasn't turned back around, or at least he hasn't played yet still.
Kevin really deciding how to block here. I mean, every card you block with just makes that deck thinner and thinner coming back around.
The funny thing is that he doesn't have a choice either. Like, at this point, he's in lethal range from a pummel onto the Anathos. Not that turn, because Jamie didn't have any more resources. But, like, it's still threatening him the entire game, which is why he keeps having to defend with at least 2 cards if he doesn't have a defense reaction on top of that. Up. Up. It's alright, it'll come back eventually.
We'll get it fixed.
Double checking to make sure. Oh, it's back. There we go. That's all right. At least these little connection errors don't last too long, guys. Yeah, was that on the list of things you mentioned earlier, like lighting and yeah, camera.
Yeah, it was dedicated camera.
And oh, it's just 1, but that's 1 Kadachi hit healed. That's so efficient. Man, I feel like something's coming. Something's coming from Jamie's side.
The game is too wild, so Twitch is censoring it. Yeah, good point. It's the new meta.
You know what's funny is that Jamie still even has a block on the Arcanite Skullcap if he dips below Kevin's health, so that could block an extra Kadachi hit. It's always that 1 extra point of health.
This is playing for a lot here. I mean, whoever wins this is basically in the top 4, and whoever loses is pretty much out of it, I'm pretty sure. So, playing for a lot, and they hope to get in. Neither player wants to lose here.
Yeah, especially here at the collective, they put in a generous amount for the prize support. I feel
prize support. We have this is the second to last week for our Bolton kit. So the winner of today will actually take home 2 cold foils because you get both axes in that kit. So,
is Jamie threatening 2 pummels with the amount of cards he has left in hand plus arsenal?
That would be wild.
Oh my god, the 1 defend.
We are gonna probably play 1 pummel. I think the other card is a pummel in his hand.
Oh, but not in his arsenal. He doesn't have enough resources if it's in his hand.
Right.
I was expecting it to be an arsenal though, because then it's like pitch again, pummel.
So this is coming in for 8, and he blocked 3. So I do know he has a Flick Flack in hand, so at least he has some way to not die here.
Unless there's another pummel. Ooh,
oh, that is a sink below in his arsenal.
That helps a lot. Especially if he does play the, Yeah, oh, well.
Oh, Remembrance.
You got me.
So that is the Remembrance. We're going to shuffle some cards back in. And definitely, if Kevin was looking to fatigue Jamie, that's definitely not going to be the thing that happens here. Jamie's far ahead on deck.
One day we'll be able to see what cards those are.
Yeah, it seems like the
But
glare.
he did bait me. I swore that was another pummel he was getting ready to slap down on Kevin.
Seems like the glare is actually worse in this game than it has been all
Spinal
day.
Crush. I think I was at least 2 Spinal Crushes and 1 other card. Possibly a Crippling or another
Spinal
blue
Crush
fish.
makes a lot of sense. I mean, Spinal Crush ends the game, right? Basically, because if he only gets 1 action, takes it, goes into the next turn with a full hand, it's pretty much game over. So.
And if Kevin's out of defense reactions, which Jamie might have been looking for when he searched his graveyard, if he knows that he doesn't have as many or any defense reactions left, then all he needs to do is dominate it in its game. Because the most he'd be able to do from hand is 1 defense reaction. And And defending for 4. Oh no, he'd have a tunic block too, at least. Oh, but no, that won't save him now. He took the 1 damage from the pummel combo.
So it's 4-6 going into Kevin's turn. He does have the blues to swing Kodachis again.
Man,
Did keep the flick flack.
man, thank God we're not playing Levy on this matchup.
Oh, you
I would
died
have died
already.
to blood like 10 turns ago.
Every Kodachi hit here is so important. A Ravenous Rabble showing a red plunder run coming in for 4 and go again.
That's pretty gross.
I do know the last card in his hand, I believe, is Whelming Gust Wave.
You know, I'm still not a believer in the Ravenous Rabble in Ninja of all things, but it's not terrible. It's been pretty good to him this game, except for 1 blue hit. He's got to give up at least 1 card, we know. But hopefully he has the way to end the game next turn or something. Again, not playing favorites, but I do always like to see. Oh, wow.
We do have to play the unmovable to block it here.
Ooh, that hurts.
No, not in my opinion, actually. So long as he still has... Oh, and a Whelming Gust Wave right afterwards. I think this is fine. He blocks this out, and then he gets to Arsenal a card and Hammer Swing. It's pretty good. Especially if it's a Spinal Crush or something.
And then we have
Ooh, and he breaks the breaking
Crater
scales.
Fist.
No, breaking scales. He
Oh,
gave it the
oh, oh.
+1.
I thought you might.
That's
Jamie's got
actually really good for Kevin because Jamie is almost in Kodachi lock. Now, he does have the Arcanite Skullcap to block 1 Kodachi, and then he can take the other. If here's the thing. I basically... Oh, yep, that is a Spinal Crush in hand.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't really think it matters what he has in hand at this moment. As long as he can, like...
Not at this moment, but it does
So
matter.
he's going to pitch swing for 6 here.
No, he is playing it.
Oh, wait, what? He can afford it?
Yeah, he has 2 blue pitches.
Oh, I thought it was a crippling crush in hand.
No.
So we're coming at him for 9.
9. Yeah, just flat 9. Now,
Yeah,
granted,
I
the
feel
crush
like
of...
I feel like I would have just, like, kept the Spinal Crush for next turn.
Nope.
honestly.
Look at this. He's gotten 3 cards out of Kevin's hand. He's fatiguing him at this point, and he still took a point of damage. At this point, it's the fatigue game, and I think Jamie...
Oh, he's Arsenal passes.
Arsenal pass? No, you can't do that.
Oh.
Jamie played...
If Jamie
okay,
has anything...
so real quick, Evan's here now. You didn't see it earlier? He remembranced 3 of his Spinal Crushes back.
Oh, he did?
So
Okay,
that
that's
was
good.
the first of possibly 3, unless the third one was some other card.
I don't know, as long as he has anything he can dominate here, he's, like, fine.
Okay, well, I do see some cards he can.
And
Yep.
we see him reaching for the dominate, which probably locks this game up.
I don't,
Unless he
think,
just
Kevin,
has,
I don't
like-
think Kevin has defense reactions anymore.
Yeah, like...
Oh, okay, it's disable. So that's...
It's a red disable, which means... it's
That
red
is
for-
red. Oof. That's still 9 damage then.
So 9 damage. Like, best case scenario, he has, like, 2 red defense reacts and takes 1.
Well, if it's dominated, then one of those has to be in the arsenal.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant. And yeah, and
Nope,
he just extends the hand.
not a Oh, it's a plunder run.
Oh,
He got
my
greedy.
favorite card.
He got... Well, I would say he got greedy. If he didn't have a defense reaction, he could have arsenal last turn
Yeah,
as
I mean, he
alternative.
didn't. He just passed.
Nah,
Last card in deck. Before it.
that's what we were waiting for, boys.
There it is.
Yep.
That game.
Yeah,
Who got it?
Jamie.
Jamie got it. Kevin Arsenal the plunder run after defending a Spinal Crush with 3 of his cards, and Jamie with a full hand was able to dominate a disable red for the game.
Sick.
That'll do it.
Mhm.
I think that's most games are pretty much finishing up. So we will not have a we're not gonna do the interview this round. We're gonna try to get top 4 out to you guys as fast as possible. When I walked out there, it pretty much seemed like everyone's kind of wrapping up.
Yeah, I'm first seed.
First seed, let's go, Evan.
Evan, you're not supposed to be in here to brag.
I'm
This
not
is-
trying
this
to
is-
brag. I just want to see what's going on with this game.
This
But
is an
alright.
educational entertainment stream.
Stick
Am I not
around.
educating the masses.
Stick around, and we'll be bringing you top 4 very, very shortly. Thank you guys for watching, and please hang out until top 4. Welcome back, Flesh and Blood fans. We have top 4 Evan taking on Jamie. Evan's been on Prism today. She's kind of showing me how it's done, though he has dodged chain all day long. So there's that. But yeah, looks like we're going to have a great game. Great show of sportsmanship there. And let's get started on this top 4 match. I'm super excited to see how this goes. Conventional wisdom would say that it sounds like Bravo would be favored here, but if anyone's ever played the matchup, it's actually not as clear cut as you would think. Even though Bravo runs a lot of cards that break your phantasms, against Bravo, you run like a pretty more aura heavy strategy. And so a lot of times you can kind of like swarm the Bravo with like just a lot of spectral shields and auras. Evan did not hit the turn 1 aura, so that is good for Jamie. It'll be interesting to see what he does here. So he does play the blue Herald of Protection. This is probably one of the best ones. Reason being, if it hits, it goes in Soul and you get the shield, which is like everything you want in Prism. Interesting enough, Jamie isn't just throwing down a 6 or higher attack. I don't know if he has one. I do see a Stamp Authority in his hand and a Sigil, so that might be hampering his ability to actually break this. It does hit. That is not something that happens very often when I'm playing Prism. Almost every single Herald gets broken by Phantasm. Alright, so the shield is going to pop here. We're going to pitch the Stamp Authority, which actually is a very strong card against Prism. Make a token. And swing Anathos. I do believe the Anathos is coming in for 6. If you're Evan here, it's actually not the end of the world to just take 5 here. Yep, so we'll... and double Sigil from Jamie's side, going back up to 41. Yeah, so now we see why the Phantasm was not broken last game, or last turn. Alright, we're going to pitch a yellow. At least a yellow, and we're going to make these Spectral Shields and swing for 3. Yeah, we pitch the yellow, then the blue, so that they'll have go again. Have 2 floating. Jamie's going to take 3 here, and then we actually have the yellow Herald of Protection, which I would assume this gets broken very fast. Yeah, I definitely see the... I think it's the Righteous Cleansing in Jamie's hand. Righteous Cleansing, definitely enough to do it. By the way, this is our top 4. I will put that on screen. Someone did ask to see if we had a good idea was to put what round it was on the stream. I totally agree. This is probably the best place. There's nothing in here. There we go. Alright, so we see the Herald of Triumph come down on Evan's side. Herald of Triumph is super strong. It makes all of the defending attacks actually defend. That are defending have 1 less attack, making it even harder to break those Phantasms. And Jamie must not have what it takes to break it. Looks like he's picking up his armor, going for that. Yeah, and he just blocks some damage there, but it still goes into the soul. And because Vestige allows him to pitch another a red for 2, he's able to play this Herald of Protection for 7. And interesting enough, Evan has not hit anything that like makes this crazy yet. Anything that allows Evan to swarm.
I'm back, boys.
No.
We got Chris by the Slice with us
No.
here in the stream room.
Stop it. I don't want to go on the camera, Sean.
We're not on
There's no
camera.
camera.
Yeah, we're just watching the game.
I'll put this here, remind me.
Interesting enough, Evan switched up his token. He's no longer using the squirrel, he's using the bird.
You love diversity. You love a deck that can adapt to various matchups on the fly.
With
Yeah.
different tokens.
Oh,
All right,
Crippling
so
Crush
we have a
coming down,
dominated crippling crush on Jamie's side. We do have one shield that's going to be able to stop it.
Yeah, and what's the word I'm looking for? Like, he's still got a spectral shield, so that one damage could actually mean a lot in terms of like whether or not Evan has the ability to block.
Yep, he cracked the helmet. He might be searching here. I don't think he hit anything that really. Yeah. Oh, I see what's going on now. He has an aura in his hand that he'd like to keep. He has the Genesis and he has the Tome. I think he's gonna pitch the. Did
he do the Halo just now?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
So he's gonna pitch the Tome or pitch the Genesis to probably play the Tome fight, I guess. Yep, that's exactly what's gonna happen. He's gonna draw 3 here.
Now he can discard 2 different cards. You know what I think? I think he was gripping for a Soul Shield. Soul Shield and then create an extra token and he can block most of the damage. Actually, that would be just enough to go ahead and make it so he doesn't get crushed. Yeah, he was looking for a Soul Shield. He didn't find it though.
I mean, he could go up to 5 shields here because he has a Spectral Shield in hand. And then he could make another, or he has the shield card in hand, the one that generates 3 shields. Then he could make one with Prism's ability that goes to 5, then block with another card in hand, go to 8, only take 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or just get rid of all the cards in his hand so that at least he's using them to block damage instead of just losing them permanently. Yeah, he could create a Spectral Shield right now, block 5 damage, or block an extra 3. He technically doesn't have any cards for next turn, but if he just lets this hits for the crush, he's not going to have any anyway at this point. Yep, there he goes.
I believe Bird says once it has 6 tokens, it switches to Squirrel.
This is
Yeah.
true. That's probably what it does.
Like,
Absolutely.
He's close to switching.
Yeah, Evan staved off the crush effect and blocked as much damage as he could in that scenario. Good on Evan, though. That was digging for the soul, but at least found enough to block most of that damage.
Yeah, and then we're just going to make a shield on our turn.
And just attack for 1.
Swing.
Hey, not a terrible recovery turn after getting crippling dominated.
Yeah, and I do see the Merciful Retribution on Evan's side. We're starting to see those auras now. That's definitely where Prism shines.
Ooh, Blessing of Deliverance coming out. That's really good at... Oh,
That's fun. Prism shines here.
another crippling crush back to back.
It wasn't on purpose.
Oh no, that wasn't a blessing. That was Bravo he was putting up. Another... That's insane. Alright, well. Evan's not getting crushed, I guess, because at least he was able to pitch most of his cards anyway, so...
Yeah, I was able to play the Ode to Wrath. I got that confused with the Merciful Retribution.
True.
That one was funny earlier. But yeah, so he was able to get the Ode to Wrath, which actually swings kind of for 2 here. It swings for 1, but if he takes the 1, he takes an extra 1. Yep, so getting the Ode to Wrath out here is not bad. Evan's really just kind of hoping to get a critical mass of auras and shields out, and then Jamie's just kind of gone way more aggressive than normal.
I was going to say, I think that trying to amass a bunch of tokens is something you really can't do against Bravo. Not because you can't create the shields, it's about protecting them. If he dominates anything, you won't be able to block enough. So, yeah, I've never liked the idea of auras against Bravo, but Evans told me I'm wrong on that, and I'll take his word for it because I don't play Prism.
You say you don't like auras against Bravo?
Yeah.
Are you joking? That's like the
No,
best.
Are you
Yeah, are you
joking, Ryan? Oh my god.
I feel like he just gets rid of them too easily.
He
because
does
gets
not
the
get
turn.
rid. He does not get rid of them easily at all.
Doesn't he just get to... Oh, I'm talking about like the Spectral Shield. Another 3 crippling crushes
Yeah,
back
that's
to
kind of
back.
wild to be able to get 3 crippling crushes back to back, all with dominate.
Well, I played against 2 Bravo stands. If there's anything I know, it's that they have everything in hand on every turn.
They definitely have everything on hand in every turn. And Bravo's ability feels really unfair sometimes.
To be fair, Matt kind of surprised me with whatever his crazy list. Oh, and he has another aura he can just use to get out or keep the cards relevant, or not, so he doesn't just randomly discard 2 cards. That's what it
Interesting
was.
enough, he did have a Soul Shield, but I guess he wasn't really looking to take 5 there and still lose 2 more cards. Just wanted a Genesis. He's gonna swing one with the Genesis. Now, the one thing you do get to realize is that Jamie's out of Crippling Crushes, at least for now. We know he's on Remembrance.
He just goes into Righteous Cleansing instead.
Oh, Righteous Cleansing. I'll take a Righteous Cleansing over a Crippling Crush all day.
It's like then he sees like 3 of the same, like 3 or 4 of the same Herald on top of the deck and just banishes those.
I will say this: if Evan can
He's-
stabilize here, that is a Spinal Crush with Dominate. That's pretty strong there. But if Evan
That's-
can stabilize through this, then he does have the board presence.
That's crazy. This is still insane against Prism because, yeah, he takes the Crush, so now he only gets to do 1 action next turn. Granted, he gets to create something, he gets to keep Genesis out and start creating Spectral Shields with that, but...
I'm taking over now. AJ's gone. He's left.
AJ being the head judge for our humble store here,
Yeah.
doing his duty. Oh my god, like, literally 4 turns in a row of the best cards you could have in these scenarios and being able to dominate all of them. This is the most health difference I think Evan has experienced all day.
You know, I was just
being
about to say,
behind.
something important to notice here is Evan, 8 is a lower number than 22. Some people might not know that, but that does indicate that Evan is closer to losing. He really needs to flip that bird to a Squirtle ASAP.
Well, depending on what solar system you're in anyway.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I think once we get past ours, things get a little weird.
Numbers don't exist anymore. Time is infinite. Yet at the same time, non-existent.
You're just gonna be pissed if you use this nonsense on stream.
I don't know any of the cards any left.
That's fine. That's fine. Well, that's what I'm here. Okay, so he's playing Herald of Erudition. This is an excellent Prism card because it dominates, and if it hits, he draws 2 extra cards. And because he has a yellow pitch in his pitch zone, Luminars gives it Go Again automatically. No, it doesn't have Go Again. Friggin' Spinal Crush stopped that. So yeah, Jamie could just block out a bit of damage if he has a card to spare, or he could just save for another dominated attack. Honestly, though, this is like... I feel like things are working in Jamie's favor here. I think Evan said that he was excited to go against Jamie back when they almost messed up the... or when the pairings almost got a little backwards before they started. And it's like, now Jamie's literally like crushing Evan into submission.
Like I said, 8 is lower than 22. I would love someone to fact check me on that.
Even though he has the Ode to Wrath and Genesis out, this is the first time I've seen a game where those cards just aren't enough somehow.
Yeah, you know, I will say this. I played a game on Tabletop Simulator. Having a hard time here. Against Steve, and he was using that one card right there. I don't know what it is. You got to say it. For the viewers.
Genesis.
Speak, Ryan.
Genesis.
And just rocked my world.
Yeah, it's a really good card.
Earth-shattering card. My internet went out, actually. It was so good.
You can never leave Genesis on the field, except apparently you can, because...
You know what's funny?
Well, if he
Genesis means
keeps
the
not-
beginning, but it's looking like the end.
Now,
Thank you.
Evan doesn't have Go Again, but he has an instant in his hand to create 3 Spectral Shields, so he can create 3... Oh, and he had another Ode to Wrath. So, yep, there he goes. Creates 3 Spectral Shields, and he gets an arsenal of card for his turn, so...
He needs to
Could
flip
also,
that bird.
could also make one for, yes, with Prism as well, go to 4.
That's a Soul Shield left in his hand, by the way.
Gotta
So he
proc the
actually
bird.
has a card he can use to stop the crippling effects next turn.
And just like that, he's kind of stabilized. I mean,
He
saves so
absolutely
much
has.
damage, and then if Jamie kind of keeps going on the aggressive here and decides to just swing at Evan, Evan would probably be ecstatic, to be honest, because you'll go into your turn, trigger Genesis, and be able to still have Ode to Wrath.
Just a hammer swing after not defending the Erudition with anything? That's kind of...
Couldn't be me.
That's not
We're
great.
gonna block for 6 here.
Oh, Pummel. Okay.
Yep, Pummel goes up to 10.
So he's getting rid of the... Oh, no, he's not. I was gonna say he's getting rid of the spectral shields at least, but not this time. Evan forgetting to put this soul shield in his soul again, of course. Classic Evan.
Classic Evan. He was once a Pokemon player, don't forget. As I still am.
Oh, and he hit the yellow?
Yep. That's pretty good. Herald Protection yellow. So he's swinging for 8 times 2.
Yeah, basically, like, if Jamie takes all this, he dies, right? So Jamie is gonna, like, either strip some armor or... Yeah, or cards in his hand as well.
Well, so at the very least, the Bravo player does have 3 armor he can use. So that's already 6 damage he's reducing right there.
But, like, what's craziest here is Jamie's probably gonna at least lose, like, I would say probably at least 6 to 8 life this turn.
Mm-hmm.
And that actually puts Evan ahead when you factor for the shields. I'm not sure what's happening.
Oh, he drew an extra card.
Couldn't be me.
All right, well, Judge AJ is going to lay his
As you can tell,
Like
you
his-
know, Evan's
Lay
hand
down the rules.
shuffling is one of the smoothest hand shuffles I've ever seen, and it's because he used to actually practice with coasters at Alehouse. Remember that?
wasn't that Brian?
They both did.
Both. Oh my God, shuffling coasters. What a way to pass the time while you're trying to eat with your friends.
Yeah, and then you still end up paying for them. Incredible. You know, there's nothing I missed more than when a card game stream stops and you just see both hands trying to explain to each other what's going on.
We basically just have to guess what they're pantomiming.
Yeah.
Yep, there it goes. All right, well, it looks like they decided to come to So normally, Chris, in this situation, once you've drawn an extra card, you actually, in a professional setting, have to lay out your entire hand, and your opponent chooses which card to banish face down for the rest of the game.
Bodied.
Now, it looks like we're just doing the, casual, friendly version of just putting it at the bottom of the deck,
Give
so
it
that it
two
won't be
prize
seen for a
penalty.
while. And, well, now we're back to the
That's
same
stressing.
situation where Evan's literally pelting him with 8 different auras right now for 2 damage each.
I might have been wrong. Maybe Bird procs at 7, not 6.
I will say I am on board with what you were saying before. Evan has definitely stabilized, and in a surprise twist of events, like he's already swinging for lethal at 16.
Yeah, and that's
I was
why
gonna say for each one he blocks 2 damage, so he better block like 3.
no matter how far ahead, you just do not leave Genesis on the field. I'll say that forever. Do never leave Genesis on the
See,
field.
and that's why my internet went out. I left it on the field.
You
It
left it.
rocked my world. My computer, blue screen. Sent me back to like Windows 5. Just like that.
And just like that, Evan is ahead, technically 14 to 6.
Evan's epic. Are both of these decks, the Chain and the Prism, does he own both of them?
I own both of them.
Okay. I was about to say. And I'm like looking, I'm like, these are all hollow.
Evan is slowly building
That's
up his
mine.
own chain deck, but yes, AJ is while he's not playing himself, has been gracious enough to let Evan play his Prism deck so that Chris can play the chain deck today.
Yeah, I'm like, did Evan start a business and just like sell it?
Well, to be fair, we've given him so much bulk that all he'd need to do is get the Majestics, and he'd have a full set of everything, really, from Monarch at least. Alright, so going into Jamie's turn after that absolute insanity that was the last turn. Yeah, honestly, I agree with you. I would have swung into the Genesis last turn instead of doing the cheeky pummel, but I think he had the right idea in mind to an extent where he was just trying to get rid of the Spectral Shields that were already there. Ode to Wrath, man. Ode to Wrath on top of it is just gross.
All right, we're activating Bravo's ability here. Doesn't really like affect too much unless you're just trying to get rid of the Spectral Shields if you're Jamie. But I really think you just have to kill Genesis at this point. If you have any hope of winning this game, you kill Genesis.
You know what Bravo list is good at taking care of Genesis, among other things? Matt's list. I saw what cards he had in there, and all I could think to myself is, yeah, this technically helps you get over the Prism matchup in new and exciting ways. I want to see what he's dominating, though. What cards did he have in hand there? I think one of them is a Debilitate. So he won't be hitting for anything crazy, but he'll. If it's a debilitating.
I'll say this: if Evan goes into his turn with Genesis on the field, I think he just wins.
Mm-hmm.
Winning couldn't be me.
Buckling blow.
Evan's like, let me see that card. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Get that away from me.
So.
It's not hollow.
Yeah, defend 3, lose 3 shields. That's not a big deal. He's gonna create one more, and then have 4, and then he can create one with his prism ability, and then he's gonna have back up to 5.
Ooh, I could tell he really wanted that second Ode to Wrath on the field because that's even more like.
That would have been nutty. That would have been so bad, absolutely nutty. I'm actually surprised. Why didn't he keep it? Did he not have cards he could have kept in hand otherwise?
Evan, Subway sandwich artist during the week, flesh and blood extraordinaire on the weekends.
So we did crack the Dreamweavers here. So the next attack next Herald that Evan throws at Jamie will not have Phantasm on it. Cannot be broken easily.
What's Phantasm do?
Phantasm says that if a card is ever defended by an attack with 6 or more attack, then the attack is actually destroyed and the combat chain closes. So it's like a really easy way. Like the Prism attacks are really overstated, but there's a really easy way to deal with them.
Mostly if you're one of 3 specific classes, to be fair.
Chain.
Not
No.
chain.
Look at me, I don't know anything.
Chain just kills the Prism.
Yeah, I was gonna say, chain just like snowballs so hard that the prism can't just like live long enough to like kill the chain. Oh, did Evan not have a? Oh, Evan didn't have a yellow pitch, so he couldn't get go again.
However, he does have Ode to Wrath, so I'm not sure if he knew that he could actually still had go again on the Herald.
I know I didn't.
Yeah, no,
So funny.
the Odorath part, yeah. It's like, I see Odorath so little myself that it's like, even I...
Oh, and then Merciful Retribution will come down, and Jamie has no way to block any Arcane, and he'll take basically 10 damage here. So Evan will move on to finals, and
Evan
we're
is
actually going to go straight into the finals match. We'll go to the Be Right Back screen for really quick, but we actually already know the other match ended with another Guardian. So you're going to see the same matchup, but with a different Guardian player, and that will be finals. Be right back. All right, welcome to finals. This is Evan versus Chris. Chris is on Guardian. We saw Chris earlier in the day. He's still running those time skippers, which actually, funny enough, is probably good for this matchup. And then Evan already has a Genesis out. Probably took since we kind of came in a little bit late, I think he took the first hammer swing, and then just decided to play Genesis.
Yep, looks like it. And time skippers, of course, being the on-demand counter to Prism in case you need to destroy multiple Spectras or just like get over the Arclight Sentinel in some cases. Ooh, Crippling Crush coming in to destroy the Herald there.
Yeah, I wonder if Evan will actually pay the 1 to gain an action point. Yep.
Yep, he is.
Make a shield swing for 3. Take all 3.
Evan says,
Ooh, and Herald of Erudition with Dominate. We already saw Chris give up 1/6 attack to block the Herald of Protection. Now, Chris does have his armor left, so this is not so threatening. I mean, if he doesn't have the 6 to break it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so he's got the armor to go ahead and make sure to block these 5 exactly. But at the same time, like, I would be fine with that as Chris, because you want to destroy the Genesis next turn, and then possibly even Arsenal another card if you have 1 left in hand. Oh, no, there's the Cranial Crush to break.
I'm starting to think that Bird is actually for this matchup.
Yeah, it's the matchup.
Like a Civ Bravo matchup. I just feel like Squirrel would get smashed by the mallet, where Bird can fly and dodge. It's simple knowledge, actually. That was my fault for even.
Yep, there he is.
I'm still learning. So
He's still learning.
Bear with me.
Chris by the slice, ladies and
Bear
gentlemen.
with me. There's no bear though. Only Bird and Squirrel.
Bird and Squirrel.
Bear is DLC.
There is DLC.
But yep, he did swing into the Genesis, making sure that Evan does not gain any momentum this time compared to last game. So, dude, it still blows my mind how many auras and how many spectral shields Evan was able to get last game.
Now I see the Herald of Rebirth coming out. Herald of Rebirth, if it does hit, will just like every other Herald, will go into the Soul, and then he'll be able to put a Phantasm card on top of his deck from his graveyard. Probably put the Herald of Erudition back if this were to connect.
Yeah. It just has the most value stacked on it, being dominated and the draw 2 cards if it hits, so.
Hey, Chris is doing what I do. I go, let me see that. What does that say?
You put it back.
Put it right back. I go, actually, let me see
Let me
that.
see that.
I don't know, man. Is this Chris you?
It
says-
might.
it says
No,
Chris.
because he's in the finals.
One day, Chris. One day.
Yeah, literally now. I'm right there. The Bird. It's funny because I watched him take it from Justin like 20 minutes ago. Like Justin opened a magic pack and Evan's like, "Let me get the Squirrel," and he flipped. He's like, "It's a bird too."
Fun times at our locals, man.
This is a fun group of people here.
Get used to me.
I hope so. You need to come out some more. Once you learn the game, or I'll just have you streaming in here with the booth with me. It'll be fun. And then you get to play. You'll win your match so fast. It was come
Probably,
like
or
the
I'll
second
lose
half.
so fast. See, I play mill. That's my thing. So that's why I play chain. I just like to mill myself so I can get stuff done.
Oh, and Evan gets out the library. Great library of Solana is such a strong card, especially this early in the game.
Evan's dropping that. He said, "You know the Dewey Decimal System? Because I do." Drops the library, checks out a book. See you later. I'm not gonna return it.
So if you guys don't know, Library of Solana says if you have 2 yellow pitch cards in your pitch zone at the end of your turn, you actually go to 5 intellect.
I don't even know what joke for that.
Now, Chris could destroy it, but the problem is that Guardian doesn't play too many,
Very few yellows.
very few yellows, so I don't think he'll be doing that anytime soon.
It actually works for both players too. It's kind of like a stadium card in Pokemon or a field spell in Yu-Gi-Oh.
So true.
It does work for both players. So if Chris ever finds 2 yellows that he actually could pitch for, he actually would also go to 5 intellect.
I have no idea what yellows he would have in his deck, though, besides maybe Forge for War in certain matchups.
Remembrance and Righteous Cleansing.
Ooh, yes, Righteous Cleansing is one of them. If
That's-
he happens to get 2 in hand to break it, that would be so good for him.
Remember, Bravo always has it in hand. Whatever he needs, he has it. He manifests it, puts it right on top, draws right into it. That deck is divine.
He is doing E-Strike for Go again, so that's, like, really good.
That
Because
part
if he breaks the, or if he attacks again even with Anathos, and is able to get over whatever Evan defends with, he can start popping spectral shields.
So serious question here. Contrary to everything else I say ever.
Sure.
So does Bravo literally just run like a gajillion blue cards and
Yes.
then cards that swing for like 400?
Yes.
Okay.
That's so Bravo's main game plan, like if you're going like the offensive game plan, is basically yes, all your attacks are very expensive. You run a bunch of blues and then like a handful of really strong red attacks that are like 7 cost, 8 cost, and then you hit for like a lot. The thing is right now, so going tall in this game isn't as strong as going wide, just because.
I need you to elaborate.
So so going tall basically means that your attacks just hit really hard.
Okay.
As opposed to going wide, which is just like a bunch of attacks over and over again. The reason that's so
I knew wide from Runeterra, because in Runeterra, that's what they do. They play like a bunch of little guys who are like, I gotta go wide, and then
Yeah.
they swing.
so the reason that's not as good in this game right now in general is there's not a lot of things that punish going wide decks really. Whereas going tall is much easier to block with like 2 or 3 cards, unless you of course use Bravo's ability and give it dominate.
So what would be a going wide deck?
Chain, ninja, or like aggressive
Okay.
ninja.
So
Um,
combo decks.
Combo decks, yeah.
Kind of Prism, if you want to think about it. Like when you get those spectral shields, you're technically hitting a wide.
I feel like Prism would be, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I am wrong. I feel like Prism would be more like a mid-range combination of the both.
Absolutely, it's like a toolbox deck, like tempo, mid range.
Toolbox.
Toolbox.
Evan stopped at Home Depot on the way here. Said, let me get some
Oh,
cards
he
and
has
and
the
a
2
deck.
righteous cleansing. He
Oh,
breaks the
yeah.
library.
Oh wait, no. Did he pitch them or discard them?
He pitched them. He needs to
So
discard them.
the library should actually still exist.
AJ Judge, go!
Couldn't-
All right, AJ's about to go out there and slap them for misconduct. So
Mhm.
just give us a second, boys. He'll be right back.
Yeah, see my wrist? AJ slapped me on the wrist. That's why it has a cut there.
Dude, don't worry. It'll heal. It'll heal by next week, so we can open it up again.
So true. Open it like a fresh pack. AJ watching the VOD.
Cracking
How many
one-
times did I leave?
Cracking one open with the boys.
Yeah. But it's just my wrist. You know, I watched UFC last night. I got the pay-per-view.
Mm-hmm.
No good knockouts.
Big sad.
Yeah.
Good on Chris though. Like
Thank you.
having the 2 yellows when he needed to start removing the
I'm the comedic relief. Because I don't know the name.
I love it.
break the library. Evan remembering to get his soul shield and soul this time.
You know you are.
Good
You're
on
like the protagonist in like a fantasy movie.
I'm-
Because you
yeah.
have the audience needs someone to connect with.
I'm Jonah Hill and Superbad. You two are the 2 friends who are like just chilling, and I'm just like, don't watch that movie if you're in the chat, not a child.
So Chris actually getting that time snap potion earlier is really strong too, because I mean that's
Mhm.
just a really easy way to get rid of multiple auras. But Evan still just has all these spectral shields, and he's gonna swing for basically 7 here.
I have a question, and it's not really related to this. I guess I only thought of it because there was a Bravo that used it against me. That one equipment, I can't remember what it is. It might be like, I think it was boots. The one that says like, pay 1, block an arcane.
Yeah.
Can you do that infinitely?
Yeah, the only difference is like, so if you're hitting for 1 arcane over and over again, those are all separate sources of arcane, so you can use it once for each of those sources. Now, if you were playing like a wizard who can do like 5 arcane damage at once, they could only ever block 1 of it with that boot. And they normally run like 4 pieces of equipment, so they can use each piece of equipment 1 time per source.
Okay, so if I like triple seeds
Yeah.
and then swung, that would be 3. They could only block 1.
No, so the thing is, seeds
3
actually
separate.
it creates 3 triggers. So seeds would go trigger once, trigger it twice, trigger it 3 times. So it's 3 layers of 1 damage. Each seeds is its own.
The more you
source.
know?
Yeah. So each seed. So yeah.
So essentially, if a card is like, let's say a card's blank, and then you triple seeds, it is essentially now says deal 1 arcane 3 times.
Correct. Perfect.
This is like Duolingo for Flesh and Blood. You still doing Duolingo?
Chris getting maximum value out of that blessing of deliverance though, healing 3.
Evan's still able to keep these shields for so long though. It's just been really strong.
Chris needs to dominate a swing. Start cracking some shields open.
And this is kind of where Prism can just really snowball. So if Evan ever finds like the book, tome of, I always forget the tome.
Tome of Divinity.
Tome of Divinity
Yeah.
with a blue in hand, you can just do some really crazy things by cracking the halo.
I love children. They're so innocent. You know, there's a kid waving to us from outside the glass, and he just very nice kid.
All right, so we see Chris is actually just going to swing Anathos here for 6. He has 2 floating. Evan's going to block 3.
Double float stone.
Oh, actually, the Anathos was only coming in for 4 at the time. Oh, no, it is coming in for 6. So yeah, Evan loses 3 shields there, goes down to 4. Does not take the pummel bait.
Evan says, pummel bait. Couldn't be me.
Couldn't be.
Let me know when you actually attack him, buddy.
All right, so Evan gets out the Ode to Wrath, which is super strong with these 4 shields out.
Oh lord. It begins.
Ode to Wrath procced with bird. You just, it's a,
4 birds out.
yeah, that's alphabet soup. And if you look down at your bowl, it says, GG, pal. GG standing for getting good. Both just looking through each other. I don't know what Evan's looking at. His discard, I guess.
Yeah, that is his discard.
I get so confused that the discard's on the top in this game.
He's probably wondering if he can
Yeah.
return that tome of divinity back to the library if it's in the discard.
So true. He said, "You know what? Maybe I will return the book. I finished reading it. Why not? I don't need my library card getting
But then he
shanked."
goes back to the library and it's burned down.
Yeah.
All right, and then we're just gonna pop the timestamp potion, swing into
Alexander.
the
Ode to
Ode to Wrath,
Mhm.
break the Ode to Wrath, and that's
Oh,
why you
that's
play
a
the
spot.
timestamp potion.
That's a spinal crush right there, folks.
Not dominated though.
Yeah, Chris must be a chiropractor. See, let me see that.
Just bend it back into place.
Mm-hmm.
Break him over one knee, break him back over the other knee, neutralizes.
Yeah.
Evan's taking the damage though. I don't think he minds. Wait, that means he doesn't. Oh, he doesn't care.
Yep, just gonna make a put out Genesis. Now that Chris doesn't have his timestamp potion, this is gonna be super strong here. So, draw a card, create a shield, create a bird.
Naturally. So true.
Evan's still up 31 to 15 here.
13 going on 30.
Swings one,
Yep.
but
Chris does decide to take it.
Is his weapon the Luminaris?
yes.
Big club.
You never actually attack with Luminaris. Luminaris just says your auras and your auras are, they become weapons with that cost 0 and swing for 1.
I mean, he's not wrong though. It does look like a club.
All right, Zealous Belting with go again, swing at Evan, and he's gonna play the Merciful Retribution. So Evan will lose a shield here, take some damage, and then Chris will also take an Arcane.
Yeah, no rune on any of his equipment, so I think he had a resource floating if he did though, so that would have been pretty handy in that situation. Ooh, he's going wide. He's hitting for 5 now,
Yeah,
and he's
I-
probably going to swing into the Genesis afterwards.
You gotta swing into one of them, that's for sure.
Yes.
Someone's
Oh,
swinging.
he actually swings into the he
swings
picks
Genesis.
Genesis. Yeah, absolutely.
He said, "You know, I watched that last match. Couldn't be me.
Couldn't be me. Yeah, we're not letting these stay on the field.
Watched Chris's tabletop game. Couldn't be me." I was gonna put 1 on the bird.
All right, we're actually gonna pitch the yellow pummel, make another shield, and actually gonna swing for 3 here. We'll block 1 with the chess piece.
The
Probably the
bird.
chest piece and the helmet as well. He's not taking the damage.
It's like just so.
I use Karibos for mine.
I should use something. I'm sure I got something.
Metal energies would be a good one, like shields.
No, I'm gonna use. I don't know. I'll figure something out. I use Powerball tickets I didn't win. I got a lot of those.
Old scratch off gift cards you got from friends and family.
All my Visa vanilla gift cards with like 30 cents on them. Evan's like, "Take your time, pal."
I mean, in this situation when you've got 3... Oh, no, he's already taken the damage. Okay. So we're just waiting for him to actually like do his turn.
I wonder if Evan hand shuffles like the meats at Subway when he's making someone sandwich. He's just like turkey, white American.
Excellent service at the speed of shuffle.
Yeah, I gotta go visit him.
Yeah, Chris is really deciding here what to do. I mean, he's got the time skippers if he wants to get an attack in and swing into the merciful retribution.
What do the skippers do?
The skippers, they cost 3. You break them and then you gain an action point.
2 action points.
Well, okay, so yeah, it's an action. So you go up to 2 action points.
So it's double go again?
No, because it uses an action to crack it. So technically, you're just getting 1.
That's how they get you.
It's the fine print.
Yeah.
The fine prints on the
Before you
contract.
sign, yeah.
So the reason it's good though is because normally when you swing into a Spectra, your attack doesn't actually resolve, so neither does go again. So actually having the second action point actually lets you swing into either the opposing player or into the Spectra, the aura as well.
Andrew just came up, said hi.
That's all.
What a nice guy. Oh, he's gone. 23 to 10. So to me, 23 to 10, like hypothetically speaking, if I got the 23, I still feel that I've already lost. How is Evan in a good position right now, actually?
Evan is actually in a really good position
Evan's
right now.
he goes Thursday night, win Malamar. Friday night, win, or Sunday, what's the name?
Sunday.
Sunday afternoon, win.
Win Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, Friday night he's making sandwiches.
Yeah, so Chris decided to kill the Merciful Retribution. Definitely the right choice there.
Got 9 now.
All right, so we're going to see Evan actually use the Dreamweavers. Next attack will not have Phantasm. Probably going to use the Herald of Erudition.
Does he have a pummel in hand? Or maybe an arsenal? He's got a pummel in hand or arsenal. Even if Chris blocks out with the gloves and a card from hand, he's coming over it.
He doesn't have pummel, and the only reason I know this is he pitched a pummel earlier, and this list only plays 1.
Oh, that's right. It's your list. These aren't Evan's cards. He can't afford all this. Not on a Subway budget.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with Subway.
So is anything
All right, so it actually
Say they
hits.
don't
Going to
pay
go
him
in
enough.
Soul, and then Evan's going to draw 2 cards here. Evan does have another... he's going to create 3 more shields. Go to 5.
Gotta proc that bird. So the shields just block 1, right?
Correct. 1 of any source of damage.
Now, does Dominate work on the shields?
Well, no. So they're there to always prevent as much damage as they can while they're sitting there. So yes, if he dominates an attack, he'll block as much as he can, but then any residual damage that hits over what he's defending with will
No, I'm saying,
pop
like,
the shields first.
Dominate does not get around the shields because the shields are a replacement.
That's what I wanted.
Yeah, you don't
So
actually
they don't
defend.
count as 1 individually? It's like a lump sum of shields?
No, it literally is like 6 individual. Like right now, he has 6
Oh.
individual shields. The thing is, like you pop as many as like. So let's say Chris will swing at him for 3, and he doesn't block any of it. He'll lose 3 individual shields.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just always a replace. It's a replacement.
So
for
they're
damage.
always... Okay, so it's kind of like Ruin Chant. You have to use them?
Yeah, you don't get an option.
Okay.
If you take damage and you have shields, you'll actually always pop the shields
I
first.
see. You revealed the Zealous beating an Arsenal on accident earlier.
Zealous Belton. Yeah.
Belting.
Belton.
How do you keep your pants up? Belt. Belt. Oh, he's got one.
Yeah, it's very hard to recover once you get down to 1 health against either Katsu or Prism, just because each of those individual instances of 1 damage it can be so devastating.
Right, and this Mangle is not dominated, so Evan can block as much as he wants here, keep a yellow in hand, and then still just pretty much strip Chris's entire hand and win the game next turn.
Oh, he's digging. He's digging for one of those, oh no, he's got the tome.
Yeah, so, oh, and actually I think he hit the Merciful Retribution, so he can just actually play the Merciful Retribution here, and Chris will die from the Arcane.
Yep, there it is. Evan takes first place in today's finals.
Congratulations to Evan. He is
Evan's
our
so
first
epic.
place winner
Evan's
So
epic.
Evan is on a tear. He actually already has his national invite from the Road to Nats last week. Taking first place here, taking those axes with him. And good job to Chris too. He's actually one of our newer players.
Thank
He's gonna leave with some packs, and Evan is also gonna leave with a bunch of packs here. So thank you guys for watching. We will be back not next Sunday, but the Sunday after with our Road to Nationals coverage. So if you haven't followed already, please do. And we're also streaming on YouTube now. So if that's a preferred channel for you guys to watch, it will be on YouTube. So you can also watch back these VODs because I know YouTube actually keeps the VODs much longer. So thank you guys again. Thank you to the collective for hosting us. If you guys are in the Orlando area, make sure you check it out. And we will see you not next week, but the week after with Road to Nationals. Thank you guys so much.